Yes, I am broadcasting. And then I'm going to walk away for a minute. You know, that's how I rolls. So the only topic that I had was that I've been arguing with this guy in a Carneades video about whether I'm a materialist or a real. I present to him my theory. And oops. Anyway, about whether I'm a materialist or an idealist or a realist. I think these are all somewhat broken categories. The one I'm interested in is materialism. I'd like to fix that category, basing materialism on material fact rather than Aristotle's idea of substance. So I think there's a lot within the IllusionsExist panoply of issues to discuss with respect to materialism, or in terms of materialism, idealism, and realism. So it is 4:02. I'm on time. You're all late. And as I said, I'm going to leave because I ran up here to open the room, and there's the room. I've got the link on there. You can join the room. You need me, really? Look, for 5 minutes, you're going to have to cope. So I will admit that some of my materialism is a rhetorical thing or a semantic issue. All right, so materialism. What does materialism mean in natural language right now? Well, it means a few things. Obviously, the most popular understanding is that you're greedy. You care more about your stuff and your car maybe than people, right? So I've been discussing this with this one guy, and we didn't even get into that because he's coming from a philosophical point of view. So he understood materialism as this other meaning of a belief in substance, that all there is substance, stuff. I believe that's my own belief. I consider that my own belief, that there's just substance. However, it's not Aristotle's substance. The substance, oddly enough, turns out to be quantum information. Not things, not BBs and gears, not clay or water, not earth, fire, water and air. It's under investigation how this substance behaves. Once you believe in it, you're asking, well, but what is it like? It's almost guaranteed to succeed in the sense that whatever it's like, if it's like the memory of a computer, then okay, that's what substance is like. It doesn't look that way yet. Good luck with that theory. But to me, the substance is the quantum information, the quantum state, this quantum field. We have to work on the words, figure out what it actually should be called or whatnot. But it seems to me like it's these quantum, these what are they? These eigenvector Hilbert space, these matrices. That's what's material. That's the stuff. Now, that makes me a realist in that I believe in whatever is real. But it's separate from a realist, because realism traditionally is saying that what we see is real. You see a dog, it's a real dog. You might be asleep, but it looks like a dream dog, not a real dog. It's distinguishable, and what you see is what you get. It's real. Now, I don't believe that. I believe we're connected to what is real, but I'm empirical, and I believe in the entropy of information, where anytime you take information from one place and put it to another place, like the real world, and put it in your mind, you're going to introduce noise. It's information entropy. It's the law of thermodynamics applied to information. Right? So that's not realism, because I'm not saying that we're connected to the real world in any fundamental way at all. No, quite the opposite. Or to make a distinction, there's a hazy noise filter in there. Necessarily, there's always a noise filter in every transformation. All right. Now, idealism, well, I'm definitely not an idealist, because idealism is saying that the ideas you get from perceiving this world, real or whatever it is, these ideals, they're what's real, right? The ideals, my notion of the number 2, that's real. That's what's real. The fact that you don't see 2 in the world without 2 different things, you don't see any kinds of number 2 that doesn't have a material situation where you abstracted 2 out. Oh, that's an illusion. I'm an idealist. 2 is in those. There's 2 objects, and 2 is somehow in there, or 2 is the real thing. If it's not in there, it's over here, and it's the real thing that has to do with their 2-ness. And I don't believe that. I believe there's not even fundamentally on any level those 2 things. They're 2 systems. They're sending photons back and forth, or maybe touching or whatever. They're interacting in some way. And they could be thought of as one system, right? A solar system has all these objects. It's thought of as one system. A planet is all these different pieces of material. It's thought of one system. You are positing its systemhood, because to call it a system is just saying, well, the parts interact in some way. And even if they don't interact, if there were 2 parts that never interacted, not even indirectly, you could still go, oh, it's a system, and study that interaction and find out, well, it's pretty much nil, or is nil. Of course, in a practical situation, we'll generally find out that at most it's negligible, right? There might be negligible interactions, but there will be some sort of measurable indirect interactions. Everything is related. All the stars you see, they've sent photons, have touched them, that touched you, and this causes an interrelation. An interrelation is what I was trying to say. So my argument with Dude has been that I am a materialist. The fact that I believe the material itself is not BBs, billiard balls, clay, water, it simply means that I'm a materialist, where I do not adopt Aristotle's idea of substance as the material. To me, the material is an informational structure. A particular photon is a material object, and it has certain properties. And these properties are information. They're pure information, and that is what's material. And when that photon is absorbed and turns into, it can be absorbed by an electron wiggles, it's turned into motion. Then that's a different, it's a different quantum state. It becomes different information. There's always a noise aspect to it as the transformation takes place. Maybe not always, but in general, And again, you can posit these kinds of things like, in general, noise is added. What's the coefficient of the noise? Well, in this special circumstances, it could be 0, and you could still think of it as always being present, but sometimes sort of being turned off, right? So to me, this is a materialism, and it's a unification of a modern materialism with an ancient idea that everything was information, that what we thought was real, that the world we perceived was somehow the real world. And all three of these things then could be unified into a concept of the universe in which it is material, real, and ideal. Though idealism is the main one, that is this pipe dream where people want to make the world what they think it should be. And that's not what a good idealism would be. A good idealism would be finding these archetypes of patterns that reapply themselves throughout the universe through a material and real universe, and not be an idealism of Plato that's like, hey, the universe sucks. It's just a bad copy. Ooh, how stinky. You know, there's this ideal world where everything's pure in form. No, we need to realize the ideal world is an attempt at a simplified abstraction of a complicated world. So that's why I would never be considered an idealist, because I'm not siding on the side of these ideals. I'm saying they're useful tools. I wouldn't call them ideals. I'd call them abstractions. Realism, yeah, sure, you could call me a realist because I think everything is real. There is no surreal or alternate meta world that we go to, transfer to, communicate with, or anything. So it's all real. And then at that point, you can merely say everything that is real is material. What does it mean to be material? Well, it means it interacts with me. The only interaction I have with the world is through my perceptions. My body does things, but even that, I only get perceptions of my actions and the reaction to those actions. So, to say something is material is just to say, well, look, if it interacts with this stream of perception, I'm doing information processing. If you show up as information that goes through my process, then you matter, at least in some negligible sense, and possibly in a greater sense. You're real, because what defines real is things that are distinguishable out of this stream that are persistent, right, as opposed to ephemeral things that just come and make an impression, and on inspection, it dissipates. And that's, you see a shadow, think it's a person. No, it's not a person. That's considered immaterial, but it still was a real perception, right? And so this is a unification. Now, this, of course, doesn't work for people educated in any classical philosophy whatsoever if they bought what they've learned, because there's these categories that do not allow for a philosophy that is like primarily materialistic, secondarily, realist, and tertiarily rejects idealism but adopts the tools of idealism as tools of abstraction. It takes the tools of idealism, which are presented as ideal and perfect and more real than reality, and says, well, you're not more real than reality. You're just an abstraction. You're a piece of graph paper. You're an idealized circle against which I can compare real shapes, which are more or less circular. So 5 viewers, and if somebody doesn't come in here, we got this. I got shit to do. I told people I would do stuff. I'm working like really hard because I'm a hard worker, and I could go do some. This is not billable, what I'm doing right now. So 4 viewers. Well, I hope that one ditched in order to join. And if you're trying to tell me that I didn't put up the right link, then, you liar. Okay, let's see. Nadia Chambers invited me. I'm doing something, Nadia. You come here. I should invite Nadia. Oh, yeah. Am I going to join my own thing? I'm already in. Yeah, that's it. Oh, my God. Let's see. How do I get back to my past things? Let's try to get Nadia. Well, she has a lot of people go to her hangout that are philosophical. Maybe I should get her to say, close your hangout. Okay. I'm going to open this Hangout. Let's see. Can I be in 2 Hangouts at once? Probably not. Here, I'll share my screen. This will be interesting. Let's see if this works. All right. Oh, it makes me end the other call. No, can't do that. So what I'll do instead is I'll come over here and I will say, let's see, Nadia. Yeah. I just counter invited Nadia. So anyway, I think that people have trouble getting this. It's like for people that haven't spent a lot of time thinking about philosophy or developing the traditional terms, they don't understand what's being debated. It's hard to have the basic structure of, what are the distinctions between materialism, idealism, and realism. On the other hand, people that have learned that, well, it's even harder to discuss with them because it's just so funny. Like this guy I'm discussing this with seems to not believe in materialism, right? So if anything, the predominance of belief has been pro-materialism. Okay, in Western culture, we've gone in that direction. So he's rejecting that mainstream and going, no, there's a strong subculture that I'm a part of that's rejected those kinds of mainstream ideas, right? So theoretically, he and I would be similar, but I have decided to say, well, actually, what is materialism really about? It's about X, Y, Z. I actually do believe X, Y, Z. It's not the same thing as believing in Aristotle's idea of matter and substance, but it's material. Why? Well, because I believe that there's logical inference independent of myself. I believe that when I die, a smoking gun will still mean to the situation it's relevant to exactly what a smoking gun means now, whether I'm dead or not. That makes me materialist because I'm made of matter. It's not like the universe is made of my consciousness of it. No, my consciousness of the world is a part of the world. That belief, justified or not, is what makes me a materialist. And it doesn't matter that I think the universe is information, and that sounds idealistic. Hey, it worked. You get all your people to come over to my room. This is when I do my room. You're muted.
Well, I kind of run mine 24/7, so also trying to find your hangout listing so I can join on my laptop because my phone's not got a whole lot of charge left.
Right, I got. Oh, can I help with that? Because I'm really bad at Hangouts. I don't really how to. Everybody complains. I got people. I don't invite anybody. I just started at YouTube and it's like Hangout. I don't know how to. Oh, hey, we got. So wait, is there something before you run out of power? Is there something I can do? Should I send a mail or something? Is there what? You're an expert, but you're muted.
I don't have to do anything. I've already found your link on your YouTube listing, so.
Okay, good.
Signing off right now.
Yeah. Google has gotten me slowly to totally adopt, like professionally, I use that instead of Skype to talk to people and have my meetings and screen share. So, and yet I absolutely do not know how to use it, really. I just click around, and Stizor kind of is better, knows how to use it, and he's like, well, you should invite me, tell me. Let's see, I'll try to invite Stizor. Hey, Anaconavad, is that really you, or is that a somebody? Oh, Anaconavad gone. Let's see, I don't even, do you know who Stizor is?
I would not welcome Stizor.
Oh, really? You don't get along with Stizor? Why? Because he's an asshole? Is that the problem? Any chance?
Well, yeah, it won't do a whole lot of good to invite him while I'm here.
You don't want to talk about it?
I would generally loathe to mention people by name, but just because you might not be watching the side chat,
well, whatever.
But by and large, I will not have the discussion openly, and anyway, you won't be able to bring it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I'll just say about my thing with him is he and I had a big, when we first met, had some crazy drag down arguments, which neither one of us have given into. But I have an ability to tolerate a certain amount of assholism, and I have myself projected that out sometimes, so I feel it's only fair. So, but I can imagine if you've had a problem. But I pretty much get along. But then again, I went and visited Gary and all kinds of people that go out of their way to be more noxious than Stizer, for example, because by my standards, Stizer is it's all more or less just his persona. I don't really feel he's too. But I see how that could come across. But anyway, I if anything, it's a character flaw of my own. I've tolerated people. I tolerated one guy who turned to be one of the few guys that I ended up. I had to. Well, do you know this old Christian vlogger, Kitty?
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay, it's just one of these old, but she had 100,000 or tens of thousands or whatever back in the heyday of, and Violet Kitty. Okay, so I had a new user. Who I didn't know her. She sent me a PM going, "This guy's a real harasser and a bad guy, and you should block him right away." And I'm like, well, I've got to wait till somebody does that in my thread. For one, maybe he was that way in your thread and you blocked him, and maybe he gets a second chance. He hasn't done anything. Then, like a year later, I had to block him. And part of that was women PMing me saying, this guy got me into his confidence, got private information, and then used it to harass me in real life. And he was kind of had that attitude, I could believe that. And I was just tolerating this attitude. And I realized, well, fuck that. You know what? And it actually changed me around about blocking people. And so it's just ironic because this Christian blogger told me I should block someone, and there's no way I'm going to do that just on her word. But I have to admit, in the long run, she turned out to be right. So, if anything, I do have a flaw of, I would like to err. My old idealistic self in my 30s still would have been like, everybody has a place. We'll just moderate them up or down and pay attention, ignore filters and stuff. But I don't really believe that anymore. On the other hand, I probably still do have a bias on deciding, hey, this guy that pisses people off isn't really noxious. But I'm not necessarily right, I guess is what I'm saying. So we lost Anaconabot again. Hey, Anaconabot, come back and actually say something. So hey, Nadia, since it's just you and me, we're computer geeks. You advertise you're a Linux hacker, and I remember I went to a hangout of yours recently, and someone said you were looking for contracts or work right now. I just started a year ago trying to contract, and it's working so good. On the other hand, I did get down to like my last $1,000 in the bank to live off of and pay rent at one point. But then I got a contract, so it worked out okay so far. But so what's up with that? I just went to SciPy. I'm into the Python scientific stack and stuff. So what's up with you?
I'm more involved in the kernel and systems level, which
yeah,
is maybe less amenable to contract work in general, as well as I suppose a much smaller circle of potential venues. So.
Well, well, I mean, scientific Python definitely was in that same kind of thing, and it still is a little tiny side pool, but it's growing by leaps and bounds because we have this stack in Python that's going to eat their fucking lunch, and most of the code is in C. It's just that you execute it from Python script. So, yeah, it's kind of a lucky thing. But then again, I mean, Linux kernel stuff, it's so hardcore. We're better off than the people that can totally be outsourced. But so where do you live? region of the country you live in?
I am, well, I am not settled down right now, so I am open to.
Well, because that's a big thing.
Sorry?
Well, I'm saying that's a big thing because these days, if you want the kind of companies that want that kind of programmer, it's pretty concentrated again, because in terms of writing web apps and stuff, they don't need this hardcore. I mean, even C or C++ is like getting a bit esoteric. But on the other hand, the people that still need that are pretty cool companies, but they're located in, you know, Bay Area, New York, and maybe Toronto. There's cities in all the countries that have it, but it's not like everywhere. What I'm going for is I'm in Maine, and I'm just trying to sell myself as a reasonable, like half-priced data science person that works remote. It's like you have to put up with me working remote, and then you save a lot of money. So what do you think of that? And so far it's worked for a year and a half, but like I say, you know, I worked like 4 months, and you get down. That's just the contractor thing anyways. You got to have, it's feast or famine, you know. It's hard to make it through.
Level development generally involves physical access to the hardware, and the remote doesn't often doesn't make much sense.
So what kind of work on Linux kernels have you done?
Well, early on, I was involved with Dynix PTX and AIX.
Say again?
I was involved with fiber channel boot for Dynix PTX and some locking, NUMA locking for AIX. Those didn't actually, sorry, well, this fiber channel boot was pretty much kind of a educational project. I think there was a guy, I think it was Hannah and Scott really ended up taking the lead on that. And I did more of testing.
Well, so do people do that now? Do people boot off of the network? I mean, that started to be a possibility, what, even 15 years ago with PCs. But I know some organizations do that, but that's got to be a pretty minority thing. Do people boot off the network? Did that happen? Because you kind of want a pretty dumb client to do that with. You don't need to. Yeah,
it happens, but fiber channel is a different consideration altogether. The multi-path considerations are the primary issue there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When the
well, imagine people that wanted to boot off a network would want something. I mean, fiber channel is a protocol over fiber optic, right? And you can send multiple messages at once, write multiple packets, and rebuild the packet, even though you're getting them all at the same time. Isn't that kind of the programming the issue there, or what? I mean, I'm a geek. Tell me what's it about? Hey, Anaconavod, say something before you.
Well, Randy.
Before my computer screws up, you mean?
Okay.
You should primarily have the multipath and.
Right, multipath, yeah.
The arbitrary issue in the boot device is required, I guess, some reconnoiter of the particular kernel as to why it was an issue.
What about messages coming faster than the computer can compute? What do? You tell the other computer, like, what if the other computer is sending a message, it's a bunch of photons that hits whatever the detector is on your side, you don't have processing time. Is there any extra management for all the TCP kind of resend issues? Is that complicated compared to regular network?
That's a probably more encountered in something like a gigabit. And some of the issues, or some of the methods for dealing with that are devoting entire CPUs to effectively polling, as well as also having some kind of protocol to drop data.
Right.
That's the general thread there, but I'm
mean,
not that much. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to say, are you totally low level, dedicated, or would you work in the Linux stack in general? Because there's definitely a domain of Linux world out there. I mean, I have a contract right now, and as I investigate the company I'm working for, it's like a Fortune top 50 company, but there's still a lot of Windows stuff, and I'm working Python Linux stack, and yet there's a noticeable subcommunity in the company where, kind of sometimes they're more hardcore hackers. That's the stack they work in, so they're maybe more influential but less numbers-wise. There's a lot of people that look for that, or all of the, like, I've heard Netflix is a good company. Like Google and these other companies that are all using Linux stack. I looked it up, and I thought Linux would have a majority of the servers on the network. Well, it doesn't. Windows does, but that's so skewed. That's a bunch of fucking Outlook servers that happen to be on the internet. The fact is, every ironworks, every serious company, Google, Netflix, Amazon, you name it, they're really running all their stuff from the, it's Linux, and the Linux engineers are keeping that going. And in certain locales, like I moved to Maine. I didn't want to move to New York or San Francisco. But if you are in New York and San Francisco, these are like $250,000 a year jobs. It's like you get paid like a doctor for programming. But you have to live in a place that's going to cost you $150 to have a good apartment, $250 to have a small house.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Now, the trouble is actually that, well, my experience is entirely on a low-level basis. Now, this,
right.
And you don't really sell yourself on things you haven't really done.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, the thing that's happened is there's a pocket of people that need low level, and you could always be low level up, because the people that are doing C# stuff for SQL, MySQL, or MS SQL, they can't go down into this bubble, but a kernel programmer could easily, help do a Mongo thing and this thing, or Mongo's in C++ and might be modifying Mongo. So actually, this conference I just went to, SciPy, is really interesting in that a lot of the Python people that do computationally intensive Python, and it's really running in C, or they have this thing called Python, where the Python, a subset of Python, is basically converted into bytecode, and it's you can translate it in your mind to see these kind of hackers. There is a bubble of people that do that kind of stuff, and there's a huge majority of 90% of these so-called software engineers, they don't have a hacker side to them. They, being in the kernel is beyond their comprehension. It's easier to go up from the kernel to Mongo or whatever than it is to go down from Visual Basic. You know what I mean? So, but it depends on what you're into too, because the thing is, there's a lot of subdomains, and you can't enjoy what you don't enjoy.
I have
in computers.
A little success making the sort of marketing case for, branching out in that direction. I've also found myself, I guess, limited in terms of, the kinds of computational tasks you're speaking of. By my lack of graduate credentials. So,
I'm a philosophy major, believe me. I feel really lucky I managed to make this contracting and work for observatories. I'm a philosophy bachelor's degree. I usually work with people that have masters in whatever. So there's a trick to that, but anyway, yeah. So, hey, I don't want to bore you on it, kind of odd you showed up. Do you want to talk about the Linux kernel a little? Do you know what the Linux kernel is? That would be an interesting question. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing, I swear to God, it's a thing.
Just out of curiosity, you can hear me though, eh?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's great.
Good.
Yep, you're
all
great.
right.
You're great.
No, I usually
we can. Yeah. No, we can move the conversation on, but the Linux is an operating system that's totally free. It's basically this communistic ideal, but that's not why it was created or anything. But we've created $1 billion of value. Companies like Google and Amazon, Netflix, Facebook, Dropbox, any of these, the top web, they're all using Linux servers. And it's a totally free operating system. It's named after this guy, Linus Torvalds from Finland, that created it. And it's kind of Unix. And we all share each other's software because it's like, okay, I could sell software, but what I do as a software engineer is I make my company, you know, a software. I make a website. I make Netflix. I don't need to covet all my software. I can share a lot of it because only a little bit is really proprietary to Netflix. A lot of it everybody could have. That's what Linux is, and we all benefit from it. It's a communistic almost thing that nobody knows about, and Nadia happens to be a kernel hacker on that.
Oh,
low level.
Operating systems are fundamentally not profit centers. They are some respects, loss mitigations or otherwise. So, wait. To be socialized in a way.
Well, but what do you mean? Socialization. Not for profit? How could you say that? I mean, Google's all built on Unix. It's for profit. Or are you talking about something else?
Some of the industry as a whole is that profit is that the operating system is not something to be sold in and of itself.
Well, see, maybe here's where we should talk, Nadia, because I think we're now in the 21st century. And, you know, back in the 90s, weren't we all arguing about that? What's it about? Is it about making profit? You know what? It is. And it's cool that a part of it is about making profit. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Red Hat proved it. Red Hat, to a certain degree, Red Hat banned open source. I don't use Red Hat. That's when I started using Ubuntu. Fedora, you know, I used it for a little while. But good for Red Hat. They're, what, a $7 billion company selling something for free? Why? Because they can add value.
Red Hat's value proposition is not selling the operating system as a good in itself. Right. It is the service that's provided.
Exactly. They give support. They'll troubleshoot your system. They make sure that you've got. On the other hand, I hate RHEL. I call it RHEL. You know, I don't want to use Red Hat. It's like the Red Hat Enterprise Linux is like 5 years old, stable, but it serves a purpose for the people that do use it, and I think it shows. You know, but I understand what you're saying. It's the thing is though, there was a time when people thought that because it's not about the profit and the capitalism, you wouldn't make money. Well, you can. You can make billions of dollars.
But it actually is about the profit in strict sense. The difficulty is that this kind of infrastructure is not something that's really granted to customers per se, not what you charge for. It's something that underlies what you actually provide.
Yeah. No, there's a weird subtlety. It's very subtle.
You know,
there's a part you give away, and that's confusing.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
still going.
Well, I'm sorry I over-talked to you, but I was saying, yeah, there's a part you give away, which I think is confusing in the mainstream, but there's a part where you get to make money, too. So it's definitely not about profit, but profit is allowed, and it can be the same old big profit, you know. I mean, if Red Hat was an old-school company, it wouldn't be worth $7 billion. It would be worth $50 billion because they'd be... Yeah. But $7 billion is pretty good. So, on Kanavad, I want to ask you a question on this open source thing. Like, are you aware? Do you use Microsoft Word?
Yes.
All right. So, are you aware there is a free program, totally free, made by volunteers, giving you software for free, all the updates for free. You can get an old version if you don't like the new version. You can get the new version if you want to keep up with the new version. Totally does everything that you need from Word for free. You can install it on Linux or Windows or Macintosh or machines you've never even heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know there was this free program that does everything that Word? And corollary, did you pay for Word or did you pirate it?
Well, it actually just came with my laptop. So
right.
Yeah.
But, so you were forced to. That means you were forced to pay for it.
Oh, you're forced to buy so much garbage.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a free version called LibreOffice and OpenOffice, and there's other ones as well.
Yeah, I have
That
OpenOffice.
you can, not only do they do everything Word can do, they'll open Word documents.
Yeah.
Excel, by the way, Excel, free version of Excel. Oh, how about PowerPoint? Free version of PowerPoint, free version of the database that they don't give you.
Isn't that the internet though? Like everything is essentially free. You know, like if I want to.
No, but I'm saying, yeah, it is. But I mean, you can download LibreOffice. Here, I'll show you. Look, I'm going to show you.
Please make the business case
for it.
Why? Well, it's not a profit center, and how to factor into things. So, in the things that you present to customers, services and goods, what kind of good you actually have be a major application. For instance, Pro-E for Mathematica, or DB2, or IBM's WebSphere suite. These things actually carry out the tasks that you're directly interested in. Now, they are reliant, on the other hand, on infrastructure. That infrastructure being, in terms of software, the fundamentals of, say, multitasking, device access, and memory management are not things presented to the customer per se. Now, those you end up not wanting to really invest as much effort into as or say constructing your own individualized operating system for your own company. That used to be the case, but now companies are socializing that cost, that loss center.
Socializing.
They are distributing that burden of maintaining the operating system across, say, their own particular devices they construct or hardware platforms they construct, and relying on the more general infrastructure of multitasking, device access, and memory management to the operating system, or sorry, the larger operating system. It's shared across the and that saves them a lot of money, and even devolves or delegates the work to quite a bit of the rest of the world.
Right.
In this is working out quite well for quite a number of companies.
Well, right. And the whole thing is IBM reacted to Microsoft's dominance in the 90s by investing billions of dollars in Linux. They really put it over a few humps, and that obviously helps. So, but on account of that, I'm sharing right now, just my window from LibreOffice, and you can see I've got all the fonts, I've got a sidebar, I can easily, I can put images. I mean, what else? It's got all of the stuff of Word. It's free. I built this machine. I built this machine for like $700. It's the kind of machine probably costs twice that, maybe $2,000, and I saved a couple $100. I didn't have to buy Microsoft Windows or any of the Microsoft products. Everything on here is free except for I bought a game that actually runs in Linux, which is a rarity. That's a new version of SimCity kind of thing by a Finnish company, City Skylines, plug. And other than that, all of this kind of stuff, I have Excel, but it's not Excel, it's a free version. All this is going on for free. Now, not only is this happening and people don't know about it, but on the internet, all of the real companies that are kicking ass, this is what they use, Linux. And so it's a weird socialist revolution. It's communist. There's been a Pew study kind of stuff that shows we've made, tens, as of the 2000, this study, tens of billions of dollars of value in the internet for free, just because, we got to have something to do from midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning, and we fixed some software and let people use it. And then companies like Flickr or whatever start up, and what do they use? This software.
If I could, this commonality of the infrastructure upon which things rely is something that's creeping up the stack, so to speak. going from just say the kernel to various elements of user space. Things like beyond just libc, which is relatively fundamental, but all the way up to things as Qt or GNOME or other things beyond that, like WebKit for rendering HTML and such. Now, as these things creep up the stack, there are still the major applications that end up facing the customers, and that's really where the socialist revolution is sort of happening, in the infrastructure upon which things rely, not that these applications or major service
the cyberspace version of the means of production.
In a way.
Yeah, no, it is. It really is. I'm telling you, Anacondavat, I think you'll be surprised within your lifetime as this becomes revealed to you and people understand what's happened to them, that there's this huge socialist we share stuff kind of economy going on. But yeah, the thing is, it's like with more things like Angular and stuff, people's websites that are fully commercial, their experience of them fully commercial, that, yeah, like you're saying, Nadia, they don't know that really, what are you talking about? A millimeter below the surface, is what the people built this on, and it's going to be open source all the way down. So,
well, this is the kind of thing that I like to spring upon the libertarian type people. I sort of say, do you understand that socialism is almost built right into capitalism, right?
Right.
Philosophically speaking, there are.
Well, the thing is, Anacondavat, our open source people, we have a tradition of the Eric Raymond, which is more a socialistic type, and we also, the Stallman and the Eric Raymond, who's more libertarian type, because there's a libertarian angle onto this. The libertarians are utopians. They're like, hey, people will do good stuff for free because it'll help them. And some libertarians actually do that. Sorry to interrupt you, but I agree with you.
Here's an interesting analogy here from what you just said. Believe it or not, there are Canadian libertarians. There's a fair number of them on the internet, but anyway.
Yeah, I ran into a couple.
There's now one of the arguments I always sort of spring on these people is I say, okay, look at Canada. Canada essentially has no real military except for its to keep up our treaty requirements, i.e. for NATO and peacekeeping missions and stuff like that. There's no way, like the only country we could possibly have to defend ourselves against is the United States, and that's useless. No matter what we do, you'd conquer us if you felt like it. So what I say, yeah, I know, but what I say is though, essentially,
your voters. Okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you
have a vital resource we need. I'm sorry, history says we should invade you. I don't know what these other liberals are up to, but okay, go ahead.
That would be the end of the Republicans, I can tell you.
But the other way of putting it is you don't really have to worry about us invading you. So that's a nicer way to put it, fucking Canadian.
But that's true, though. That's absolutely true. You tell Americans about the idea of invading Canada, and they laugh at you. Like, what? But anyway, what I usually... Yeah, what I usually tell Canadians is, thank you. What I usually, and actually, I love America too, and Americans. So it's weird for a lefty to say that, but it's true.
No, we got our flaws, but yeah.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about that is, though, of course, because of the huge U.S. military budget, you essentially are protecting us because it's in your own interest to do that, of course. You don't want, say, the Chinese on your northern border or something. I don't know. But what I spring on a Canadian libertarian is, look at this. Are we actually stealing from the Americans? Are we stealing a portion of their defense budget? Because we're getting a massive defense shield around our own country at no cost whatsoever. Now, the interesting thing about that is, they would say, well, that's just a side effect of what the Americans are doing. They're not creating this huge military to defend Canada. That's just an outcome of it. But what I say is, no, look at it from a Canadian perspective. Not from an American perspective.
Right.
We count on that damn thing. So we can have a tiny little military, which I think suits the United States as well, if we're militarily negligible.
Well, and you
But
always
anyway,
contribute to even our crazy, there's always 50 Canadian troops or something that go to Iraq or whatever. And that's the price for, you do play along. You are the partner.
Yeah.
I
agree.
We wouldn't expect that many people out of you or anything. It's the thought that counts.
Yeah, but if Canada says it's okay, then it's got a lot more oomph in the international community because everybody thinks we're nice people, which we're not.
Exactly. The same with getting the British on our side, which is really because the British bankers still run the world and are the ones that want us to have a war in Iraq. So, in a way, I don't really think the British lost their empire. I mean, they had to say other people are supposedly the empire, but really it's their banks have run everything ever since and before.
And their ideas.
But their ideas, But if you want to talk ideas, you go back to Rome and why we really do root down to Greece and Rome, even though we're a bunch of European savages. It's because the ideas do trace to that empire idea. I mean, right? Nobody studies a little history doesn't realize that the empire idea was the Greek Empire, then the Roman version, and then that's what we've been playing with, plus democracy at a certain point. We never really gave up how you run an empire. You go and rape and pillage other people that your own people don't care about. That's the game.
Empires don't
know about.
It's the earliest writings Sumer and Egypt.
First step.
But the important thing here is more that socialism in one country cannot really exist. The neo-colonial dominance relations in the modern context preclude anything like socialism. I mean, the exploitation of...
Do you have something else playing?
Oh,
I don't.
Pizza order.
Okay, good. I'm like... I'm going to get a pizza. My subconscious wants a pizza.
But if you have
take a leak
in one country, is it socialism?
I got to take a leak. I'll be right back. Not to be TMI, but I want you to know why I'm bitching on you. Okay, bye.
I'll get over it. But if you have socialism in one country, is it socialism?
So, I mean, that primitive accumulation that Marx went on about, the exploitation of developing countries' resources and labor is too fundamental to the way the system works, even for Europe or other quote-unquote socialist things with social welfare systems to be considered genuinely socialist. Go ahead.
Well, we have something along the lines of a somewhat socialistic system here in Canada. We call it a mixed system. It's mostly capitalist, but we have elements of socialism in it. But one of the strange things is, of course, it just creates another elite, because I'm protected by all kinds of rights and benefits or whatever, like welfare, free Medicare, all this kind of thing. It's kind of the same idea as the collateral benefit of the U.S. defense shield. But I have all these things, but nobody else in the world does. So I'm almost an aristocrat by being in a socialist country, because I have rights as a Canadian citizen, just because we have this idea of Canadian universality, access to health care, etc. But nobody else in the world does, or very few other people in the world do. So it kind of cuts across the whole idea of socialism, doesn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
One would assume that the point of socialism is to actually benefit most people. It seems like a utilitarian idea, but it ends up just creating sort of an aristocracy. So, but again, as long as we have ideas like, sorry?
Well, it's a class system. That the class is here, by proximity or association with the metropole, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think increasingly it's no longer sort of a born-in sort of class system. It's just basically what geographical jurisdiction you're born into, I suppose, or where you live. Like countries like Canada and the States with a high rate of immigration, it's not. I wouldn't really say that it's as classist as it might be in terms of a caste. And no, Pyro, I'm not trying to drag it back to the hierarchy discussion we had a month ago, but. I don't know. It does seem to be that, at least in the United States and to a certain extent in Canada, it is kind of, I don't know, I won't say colorblind, but not as color-centric. What do you know? I'm the only one here. Shall I start quoting my horrific poetry that I've written myself or something like that? For anyone watching this, I have a stiff neck, so you'll see me shifting in my chair a lot.
Okay, so, I mean, to the extent you are aspiring for some kind of classless society, right? The class division of, I guess, where it was by proximity symmetrical, it doesn't really achieve that, right?
No, unless you've got a world government or no governments at all, I suppose. See, I tend to be more of like an anarchist in my leanings, I suppose, or at least my ideals. Non-states, that kind of thing. But even there, I'm careful because the anarcho-capitalism thing doesn't really seem to. It just ends up replacing the state with some other sort of coercion or whatever. I wanted to ask you something. Nadia, are you an American or a Canadian?
Like this.
Unfortunately, I'm in America, and it's nowhere near as good as social welfare as Canada.
Well, yeah, I suppose, but I was just curious. This is kind of a radical change in the subject. I wanted to ask Piero this too. But we've been watching this business about the stars and bars down in the States, and it's a link to that mass murder and everything like that. And I sort of was wondering, I see what I see on the net, but what does the average American make of the stars and bars? What does it mean to an American? The Confederate flag. Is it a symbol of racism? Is it meant to be by the people who fly it or whatever? Maybe you have no opinion on it. I don't know.
I mean, the flag of the Third Reich represents, a national ideal that extended well beyond the genocide against Jews and Roma, or
other Slavs.
That national ideal being broader doesn't change the strength of its association to genocide.
Yeah. Well, what I kind of figured was, okay, I look at it this way. Maybe I should wait for Piero to come back, but what I often think is, hey, is the flag of the Deep South representative of everybody who lives there? And now, assuming, of course, that the Confederate flag is sort of some unofficial flag of the Deep South, is it representative of everybody who lives there? And I don't think that it is. Confederate flag, Piero. Sorry, I changed the subject. I wanted to. Sorry, Piero. I wanted to talk about the Confederate flag thingy.
Majority of black.
I'll just listen for a bit.
Majority of black people in the U.S. live in areas that might be called Southern. This clearly doesn't represent them. I mean,
see, that's my issue.
Not black people.
Yeah, see, that's why I think, I draw a distinction between somebody who's flying the stars and bars or the Confederate flag in front of his own house or his own business or something like that. I say that's your right, that's your business, and it might just mean to you a celebration of Southern white Americans, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong in being big on Southern white culture. It's just there's no difference that than self-identifying as Jewish or self-identifying as Chinese or something. It's just another, I guess, identity we could have.
Well, number one, these things actually have moral content. They are implicitly endorse the subjugation of black people into pressing them into slavery.
Is it possible to fly that flag and not give that off that vibe?
No, and that's why it should be prohibited.
Okay. Sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead. Well, okay, I'll say what I was going to say. Is the thing that bugs me at the moment is that this Confederate flag, and I like the Dukes of Hazzard and stuff. I don't have an objection to it there, but flown at a Capitol, I mean, this Confederate flag, it's not the Confederate flag. That's not the Stars and Bars. I'm sorry, the Stars and Bars is a different flag, and that would be a different thing to fly it. Not necessarily any better, because it's a traitor flag. It ended as the white flag. I'm sorry, that's just the fact. I'm a liberal. I'm like, fly a traitor flag. But what's it mean? What were they traitors about? They can't deny it was about slavery. They wrote it in their own articles of secession.
I understand that, but
yeah, but even if it was true, that's not the fucking flag. They're flying General Lee's flag.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? They're flying his fucking flag. It was never a flag of that nation. And those motherfuckers, it's just like God on the money. They'd act like it was always that way. No, it was not. It was 50 years or 40 years or some stupid shit after they lost the Civil War. They even started putting that in their goddamn state flags. And it was because of things like desegregation. They're like, what? No.
Yes.
Hey, you know what? I'm geopolitical about it. You lost the fucking war. Shut the fuck up. Why? Why should we shut the fuck up? We're rebels. It's a great thing. No, because we won. Shut the fuck up. You want the Philippines not to complain about what happened to them, or Japan to them, or Germany to them. Then you shut the fuck up. You're one of the people. I read a great article in the New Yorker that said the problem with the South, the issue with the South, they have this food and music. They've got their own culture. That's not what defines them. What defines them is how we all felt after we lost Vietnam. They felt for 100 fucking years. They lost the Civil War. They're the only Americans that lived with the sense of loss for more than half of the American history now, right?
Well,
they are the losers of America, and they can't deal with it, just like we can't deal with Vietnam.
Well, I would hesitate to sort of say that they just. Well, actually, Canada's modeled, believe it or not, Pyro, Canada's federal system is modeled on the Confederate States of America, not the United States.
Oh, really? I didn't know that, but I was just joking, because obviously Canada could easily be the northern states, right? The north.
Except for French Canada.
French Canada. Even French. You know what? Since I'm here in Maine and we have family, and I have a friend. Actually, I was going to bring it up to you. We have a relative through my wife. Her uncle's coming, and his wife and her brother's coming, and her brother translates ancient Buddhist texts for a living, which sounds pretty cool. But anyway, no, seriously, even the French Canadians, they were telling me, and a conservative American relative was telling me that, really the French Canadians got all French after Gaulle came in the 70s or something, de Gaulle from France, and he's like, you guys are French, fuck these English speakers, and really that incited the French nationalism. Well, and I think in a lot of ways, the French in America are more like Americans that happen to speak French.
Yes, like the Canadians.
And they are like French Europeans.
See, French Canadians are like that too. They're more themselves. They're more like other Canadians than they have anything to do with France. Yeah, but
I think so, yeah.
You know, the original
Just like
Maine
the British are more European. The British, as much as they hate Europe, are whatever, they're more European.
Yeah.
Like the French are more European than French Canadians are European. French Canadians are more American. They really are. The values and the whole frontier and all these things, they really did get ingrained in us. And for that matter, I would include Mexico. Now, Mexico doesn't have a lot of Mexicans that speak, well, you know, Canadian American accent English. But really, the Mexicans as well. I mean, they're obviously more American, North American even, than, you know, Europeans. So really, I mean, my dream politically, geopolitically, is I think, you know, we ought to have a North American Union. It ought to be at least the United Nations. We kind of do, you know. Actually, I was going to bring that up before. Go ahead.
Both the Americas.
How much of Latin America would be welcome?
I say both.
Personally, the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned, if we were going to make a modern 21st century, you know, local union, continental union, it obviously should include North and South America. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that we have more similarities in North and South America than we do with Europe, Africa, or Asia.
Now let's just make sure that
don't like Asia. I love
doctrine.
I say like.
Well, no, yeah, I believe a little bit. I guess I'm a little American in that, yeah, you know, Monroe Doctrine, don't fuck with the South America, we'll do that. Yeah, but we're over that, and now South America has democracies and its own governments.
I say,
so, you know, I think that's a good thing.
Program, right? Consider just beyond, like, immediate sort of, you know, continental unification, you know, consider ultimately that we want this to be sort of like a creeping thing and unite the world.
Yeah.
Well, in a sense,
and it's inevitable.
The United States is uniting the world anyway. The United States
we have to ride the wave.
Yeah.
Well, no, China is. They're supplying everybody with their.
Yeah,
they do it,
but
it doesn't matter. The point is, it is going to happen. However we analyze who's causing it or whatever. We're just riding a wave. You know, sometimes you feel like you're controlling history. It's really just that you stood up on your surfboard on the wave at the right moment, and you can ride it. That's what we're really trying to do.
That's all you can do with history. Yeah. And a lot of what the U.S. is doing, you're doing it sort of by default. Like the United States has this huge navy which it uses to protect its interests, but a side effect of that is it keeps the trade lanes safe and open. You know, so again, it's sort of like the same situation as Canada, but over the whole world.
Well, right, and since British banks are actually deciding everything we do, I think it's already international. I mean, this is why there's already an international government. Maybe there's two, maybe there's three.
Where do you get about British banks deciding? Well, much of anything.
British bank. Here's why: because in the Revolution of the Roses, no blood was spilt, and the deal basically is, if you look at it, according to me, is that the British banks got to keep all the money of the world, and they've still been funding all the bullshit that's happened ever since. And going back to the fact that the Rothschilds figured out, hey, here's a good plan, here's a way to make money. What you do is you fund both sides of the war, and you fund the minorities, you fund the rebels. And then, believe me, if you fund the rebels with more weapons than they could otherwise afford, believe me, the main government, the mainstream, they'll come to you for a loan for weapons, and then you just fund both sides of the war, and whichever side wins pays both debts.
The Rothschilds didn't invent that. That's an old one.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you can probably trace it back in history, but I think in terms of our current affliction, I mean, the Rothschilds invented it in the sense that they've never had to give it up. This is the same lineage of bankers with a certain amount of competition, incidental, I'd say, where they have the money, they invest in both sides of wars, and they make money no matter what. Why did we make no money off of Iraq when all the money people have made off wars? Why? Because we didn't invest in the other side.
Not sure where the money gets its backing power. The quote-unquote bankers are
controlling a bunch of anything. This is preposterous. This is conspiracy theory.
No, you're not. It's not in control of power. Look, I'll tell you a very simple thing that as a programmer
I don't think he means it as a conspiracy.
Methodological. If I want to go to Iraq, why do the Sunnis, a minority, why were they running Iraq with Saddam? Why are the minorities? Well, it goes back to Rome. Rome says you go to Israel, you take a minority, philosophical or ethnic or whatever, that feels like they're not getting the fair shake, you give them the power, then they will crack down on everybody else because they know they're outnumbered. And that has happened for thousands of years, country by fucking country, until we have a bunch of minority factions like the Saudi Arabia. That's just one family in a whole fucking huge region that was funded by the West to take over all of that region as the minority.
But the Rothschilds aren't just one thing. There's 5 branches of the Rothschilds, and they often work against each other. So.
Oh my God, work against each other. No. Fucking Rothschild send all of his kids to different continents. No, this is a fact. Rothschild sent all of his kids to different continents to do the financing on all the different continents, and they financed both sides of the war, and some historians could say they were at odds with each other. I don't think so. That's a way to guarantee you win. If you invest in both sides of a war, you can guarantee you win. And then the winner goes and rapes and pillages the loser, and you make all the money you lost, quote unquote, off the loser. You make that anyway. And they've done this that's the whole Middle Ages too. If you want to say before the Rothschilds, was this happening? Yeah, it was happening before, but it was more, various kingships and stuff were the creditors.
The Rothschilds are not.
I think it's pretty fucking obvious, personally, and it's the situation that we're in.
Money.
Yeah, I don't see the Rothschilds as an it. I see it as a different bunch of things,
Oh my God! So they just had a big internal family feud, and the fact that they're on the top of everything all around the world doesn't matter because they're fractioned. I see that as naive. I see that as naive because even if those cousins and grandchildren feel that way, Grandpappy Rothschild set it up so that his family would run everything, and all of that
theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
This is not the way to examine the question. You need to consult Karl Marx, not Eustace Mullins. All right.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Okay, look, my claim is that Rothschild money is funded opposite sides of war. You say, yeah, because the Rothschilds are at odds with each other. It doesn't change what I said. Rothschild money has funded both sides of war and overall profited from it. What I say is still true, even if you think emotionally these individuals hate each other. It doesn't matter to me, the functional equivalence. You give me 2 libraries that do the same thing, I don't consider them different. What?
Sorry, profiteering off the industries involving war, off both sides of whatever conflicts, or multiple sides of them, is not unique to the Rothschilds and not particularly distinctive. And
so what does that matter?
The general.
Well, it doesn't have to be unique. You're admitting that it is a characteristic of the Rothschilds, though.
Only until recently.
It is a characteristic. It's not unique to them, but it is. You admit it is a characteristic of them.
Only until recently was it even considered unethical to do that. Like in the 19th century, or I think it was the early 20th, in the Boxer Rebellion, the Kaiser got mad at German banks because they were lending money to the people that the German soldiers were fighting against. The German banks said, we've always been doing that. Every bank does that. That's this idea of banks having to sort of act in the national interest is a very recent thing in our civilization.
Exactly. We supported Japan's attack. All the Japan war against Russia and China in the 20th century, we supported with oil and steel.
Obviously, this idea of a national interest doesn't predate the idea of the Westphalian nation-state. So, I mean, that only goes back to maybe, what is it, 1700s? That's not very long.
Really, the nation state was born in the French Revolution.
Yeah, even the idea of the nation state, it's
That's
surprisingly
French Revolution. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe American.
There is no national interest.
Hmm.
So
I have to dash though. Sorry, because somebody's at the door, and I would have loved to have hung out, but yeah.
Just ignore him. Okay, bring him online then. Bastard. Not forgiven. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, real world. Well, I'm glad you're contrarian-wising me, Naughty, even though you're wrong. It's good to be contrized.
Well, what is a single lineage matter?
What?
The structure of what a single lineage doesn't actually matter that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I think though. You see, my issue really, the single issue is that I think. Look, I don't think classist activism rhetorically, necessarily is the way to go. But on the other hand, maybe, because I do believe a certain people, a criminal element, if you ask me, have gotten control of way most of the world's capital, and they use it in criminal ways. And funding both wars is just one of the most flashy aspects of it. But there's a million others, and so I just want to fight that. I think that's the enemy.
Ethical considerations, of course, are rather serious, yet criminality is defined by systems of law that these elements ultimately control.
Yeah,
right?
but
they exempt themselves from any
but they're breaking their own laws too. Surely, like with the NSA spying. I mean, it's like you could say they can make a law to make it legal, and maybe just recently they have. But no, they actually didn't do that. They made a law. They made laws that made it illegal, so they could pretend they weren't doing it. Then they spied on us. And then they're telling us, but we have to. Well, they should have made a law that said they had to, and then we'd know what's happening. And that's not what they do. They break their own motherfucking laws. That's how corrupt they are.
The law is ultimately arbitrary and constructed in many respects in their interest, so it's not what the standards should be appealed to. Rather, actual ethics should be instead. And
oh, yeah, I agree. What do you think about all the NSA spying over the last couple of years with WikiLeaks and Snowden that's come out? I mean, is that okay? They have to do it, or what do you think of that?
The Okranka and such, and late SARS regimes and KVD, the oppressive state capitalist affair of the USSR were clearly affairs along similar lines, and this is not surprising or unique. I mean, the data mining distant dragnet's just an extension of overall source.
I mean, I assume you seem savvy. Anybody that's a kernel programmer probably already assumed they were doing that from the 70s. We all knew that, right? We all knew they were trapping everything from the 70s to the maximum that the hardware could do and their programmers could fathom. Our only safety was the computational difficulty. And so, yes, we knew by the year 2000 they were able to record every audio and get every email. Every email, that's trivial. They were doing that from the 80s probably. But
what their efforts had to do with was more linking of various kinds of records, like credit card data transactions were the major ones were going around. So they were.
Well, but just answer my first question then. Let me focus where, as a programmer, well, how old are you? Do you mind if me ask? It's not rude.
I'm 39. So.
Okay, so I'm 47. So that's the halfway or whatever. So I'm saying at your age and being a programmer, you knew they were on top of this. I mean, you weren't surprised when Snowden proved they were recording all our conversations in 2007. I mean, computational ability. You knew, like me, I'm guessing. Yeah, of course they were doing that. Of course. Why wouldn't they be? How could they not? They were doing it when it was analog phone signals. They were taping people that they shouldn't, I mean,
there's more extensive material to know. And
well, that's our safety net, right? As a geek, I thought, well, there's so much data that's a big haystack with a little bitty needle in it, you know. So I'm not paranoid. That's the part of the reason, like, it's like, well, you know, que sera, sera, of course.
The principle being adhered to is this kind of network analysis of the eigen vectors and such of the, I guess, connection matrices that would are derived from traffic analysis, right? Now, that kind of thing gives you essentially the role that activism is the critical factor as to whether they might go about taking action against you. And largely because of my non-participation or insignificant participation, consider myself not to be a risk.
Right. Well, no, again, that's the other thing. I've been an activist my whole life, and the fact is I haven't felt too at risk because there's so much noise. There's a lot of people. And then you have things like Occupy Wall Street, and you find out that they're attacking those people. And, like, for those of us that are living in some sort of median where we're not camping out near, you know, in Manhattan or whatever, it's actually cover for a kind of activism that's more productive. Yeah, I don't think I'm a risk, and to a certain degree, I could be a risk, and whatever. I think the world's breaking free. The internet has a lot of people that are doing, you know, risky for no reason. So there's a lot of, I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of cover in the noise. And I have a positive attitude towards society. I'm not going to hurt anybody or steal anybody or even change the law and make somebody have to react to their business too fast and they go out of business. It's like, let's do everything incremental. Let's scrum it. You know, let's figure out what we can do next and do that. So I'm pretty harmless, while at the same time I think all of us, actually anybody working in open source, whether they know it or not, libertarian, whatever, I think we're working towards this future where, you know what, it is possible to all work for each other's benefit and also make a life for ourselves and a living for ourselves. And so I see it as a pretty positive future that we're, like, it's just at the beginning of it, but I think that's where things are going. So I'm pretty optimistic, really, that a lot of this NSA stuff, it'll just be like, yeah, they took our data, and now we take our data, and who cares? Nothing came of it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, meanwhile, we're finally got clean water in Africa. You know, who's worrying about stuff? I think the world could be so solved. It's got to happen. It's not brain surgery. It's not rocket science. You know, they get too sick in Africa. Well, how about you dig some wells? It's not even that expensive, you know. Just dig some wells. It's not rocket science, motherfuckers.
Well, we don't need rocket science.
No, go ahead. I was just rambling.
To have our communication systems, which we need, of course, for emergency response and communicating, coordinating our actions. I mean, this, and we do need neurosurgeons. I mean, people actually do get brain cancer and head injury. It is neurosurgery rocket science.
Well, no, that's a funny thing. You know, I had brain surgery when I was 27. I had a hemorrhage in my brain, and I got to go to UCSF. And, you know, it's at that point that I had a revelation about Western medicine and how, hey, this isn't as bad as those hippies told me. You know, because they went in there and it was easy for them because since it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a subtle thing. I had a malformation in my veins or my arteries that would leak. Sometimes every couple of years they just cauterize it. It's like, oh, this is easy. And they had all the technology to find their way down there, and they didn't, you know, hurt anything too much on the way. And though I do get to say I have brain damage because obviously at some point something must have got scratched, but not as much as I had from the hemorrhaging. So anyway, you know, I appreciate that. But no, what I'm saying is that, you know, fixing things, like making a bad neighborhood in the sense that it's not safe and it's ugly and the park is full of trash. Fixing that into a good neighborhood people would want to raise a family in, it isn't actually rocket science. The only complication is figuring out who's going to spend the money on the stuff that makes it better, you know, because you can clean up the park and you can fix up the houses and you can take out the landlords that won't turn your heat back on for a week when it's broken. You can fix the slumlords. It's all quite possible, and that does make it better. And in Africa or something, when you educate women, the families don't have as many children. It's simple. You educate women, automatically they don't have as many children. Well, how about you do that for the overpopulation problem? Well, we don't have an overpopulation problem now. The population is 2.2 to 2.6 all around the world. Not going to Malthusian overpopulate now. Got solved. Why? Because all of the Peace Corps people did the first obvious thing and taught people how not to have too many kids, and it worked. It's not rocket science. That's what I mean. It's very doable. We know what has to be done to make the world not use too many resources. Technology does not have to be poisonous in the sense that, sure, it has to be a little bit poisonous, but as long as you take the poisons and deal with them, you might find they're useful industrial chemicals and things. They're actually useful. So I just think the world is very solvable now. And I'm a libertarian, but I'm a progressive libertarian. I think you have to progressively, actively act in order to make the world more free, and it's totally solved. Part of it is, and you might not even be there, but I'm just, you know, we're live, so I'm just going to say, part of it is that we need to just use nuclear energy. Nuclear energy was the future in the 50s, and we were scared of it, and we learned various things about radioactivity. Well, guess what? You could get more energy out of the thorium in coal than you get out of burning the coal. So just use the thorium. The coal ash is more radioactive because you haven't used the thorium than it would be if you just consumed the thorium. There'd be no radioactivity left, because you'd be burning the radioactivity for energy. So just do that. And that's another threshold I think we're at, because the whole green movement is anti-nuclear, and they need to realize nuclear is a green energy.
I know it's a bit of a trip here, but I have to apologize again for the low chip.
Yeah, no.
Just don't really have very much change on them, sorry.
No problem.
It's 35.80. And unfortunately, it's only 37. Sorry about that. Had a delivery event. The resource potatoes are pretty serious things as well, and really demands quite a bit of social action. That said, they're not really happening. Things ranging from
I don't know. I mean, I grew up, part of my formative years were in the 80s, so if anything, it looks a lot more conducive now than it did in the 80s. So.
Well, social attitudes of the populace are, you know.
Well, there's a shit ton of apathy. Basically, even the people that are pissed off are apathetic, and the people, you know, so there's a shit ton of disconnection. But disconnection is a funny thing, because people that are disconnected feel disconnected, and sometimes they have this little moment of, man, I'm going to do something. And when they figure out what they're going to do, you know, sometimes it's political activism, or even just a career where they're going to be a positive influence, and that amounts to political activism. So I don't know. But as I've said before, I'm kind of a terminal optimistic. Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
You came in just in time for a break. there's probably something wrong with me that people show up and I'm like, oh, that's going to trigger me taking a little break. See if you can, take over the conversation, Andrew. I'll be back in a second. Not really. Nadia, I didn't mean that. You guys have a consensual. I'm not sure if there was. You had good timing. I think we're in a hovering spot. What do you want to talk about? Anaconavad left. He was talking about that Confederate flag, that darn golly Confederate flag.
I point out the expertise in the subjects, how to engineer, say, power production, and of course, liquid fuels and potential subsidies is lacking in the general public. Although I actually understand, the nature of the problem or how to go about addressing it.
How to go about addressing what?
The I guess declines in the rate of fossil fuel extraction, and of course things like climate change.
Well, I think it's inevitable as we get better technologies, but for now we're very dependent on oil, and a lot of the third world are going to be dependent on oil, so I don't see oil going away anytime soon. But no doubt, I don't think anyone really wants to, other than, I guess, oil companies, I don't think anyone really wants to burn oil. It's just that it's the most convenient and the best fuel source we have right now. But if electric cars were useful and practical, then I have an electric car. It wouldn't bother me at all.
Well, the trouble is actually that, or one of the troubles is actually that, well, the amount of or how fast we can get oil out of the ground has a limit, and that limit is related to how much is actually sitting there. I mean, the more the wells get dried up and such, the harder you have to squeeze to get things out of the ground, and the slower it comes out of the ground. All right, so you're only going to get, so much in a year, and the more of it you've used up, the slower it comes out every year. The less of it comes out every year. Right. So it's a
is
big
that
change.
what you're afraid of? Is that...
Gave a speech where he estimated that he expected declines of about 2 or 3% a year, and how much you get out of the ground in 1 year. Right? This spells trouble. I mean, that basically continues out to, well, there's like a half-life, right? At some point in the future, you'll be getting half as much out of the ground in a year as you did in the past, right? And another half-life, and it goes down by half again.
So are you predicting an oil shortage in the future? Are you saying that we are not going to slowly get off carbon-based fuels, that actually we will run out of it, and then that's going to be a crisis? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it doesn't run out. You still get some out of the ground every year. Just that it gets slower and slower every year. Or in 1 year, it's less. Right?
But it won't be enough to sustain energy demands. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what is demand? Right? It may not be enough to accomplish certain tasks that we regard as very important to our, I don't know, survival or happiness, right?
I guess I don't know what the supplies of oil are, but I just assumed that there would be enough to maintain our energy demands until we slowly moved off of onto technologies that are not oil-based or not carbon-based.
We can have quite a number of problems.
Has the news about Denmark come up?
What news about Denmark?
How their wind power is meeting 116% of their energy needs right now.
Stationary power generation of liquid fuel. Stationary power generation is also serious too, because the same kind of logic that applies to petroleum or oil applies to coal. That one.
I'm back.
That one actually involves
Where's my glasses?
More easy to see solutions because liquid fuels is harder to solve than say basically something like stationary power generation where Faro had nuclear thorium and such, and Denmark apparently has a bunch of wind and solar, right? There are some issues with like baseload and whatever kinds of variability might happen there, but still, it's a much easier problem to solve than liquid fuel.
Well,
the liquid fuels, on the other hand, assuming you can say over capacity in terms of stationary power generation, you can manufacture liquid fuels. You can
Hello?
make synthetic.
I didn't see you there. Are you
make
still
synthetic
here?
gasoline from
Hope you enjoyed your order.
methane or whatever other kind of hydrocarbon. So go ahead.
I don't know what that was, but it wasn't me.
No, Nadia is so electronic. She's ordering pizza online, and then we hear every once in a while pizza.
But she's eating
messages.
pizza.
I
She
know.
already has pizza.
It's kind of like a little bit of gloating. I don't know how to do that. I want to order pizza from a robot, Nadia.
To always make sure you have pizza. So when you're eating pizza, you have to order more pizza.
It's not fair. I like pizza.
So, Piero, what was the thing about the flag? I guess are they banning the flag? If they are, I think that's ridiculous.
Well, they took it down in, what was it, South Carolina. South Carolina had the battle flag, and they took it down. That was the major thing. So I don't consider it banning, but of course then there's reactionaryism, like TV Land took off Dukes of Hazzard. People speculate. They didn't really say why, but obviously it seemed related. And it's like, come on. I mean, I watched the Young Turks and Lip TV and the Real News, and none of them thought they should take down Dukes of Hazzard. We're just saying, hey, let's not have the defeated nation flag over the capitals of the defeated states. Is that too much to ask? It was kind of about slavery, let's say. So maybe that's reasonable, maybe not. It doesn't really, either way, it doesn't mean you have to stop having a Confederate flag shirt. Who knows? Maybe it's ironic. Whatever. We shouldn't really judge that for the individual has an individual right. I don't think we should pay tax money to fly a defeated flag over people's capitals. I think that's worth fighting. I'm on the fighting that side of that issue.
It's part of their culture. It's part of Southern culture.
Yeah, but well, that's the thing. Here's what I was saying. I read this thing in the New Yorker that was kind of interesting that was saying, look, Southern culture, lots of great things about Southern culture, blues in New Orleans, you name it, food, all these things. But really, politically, what we're dealing with is the culture from the fact that they lost this war, right? They're really not over this war. Yeah. And they lost it. And their last flag was surrender. What do they expect countries like Japan to do when they surrender? What do they expect about the Philippines when we invade the Philippines totally unjustified in the 19th century or 18th or 20th century? Do they give a shit about that? Look, it's the same situation. So, you lost a war. You had to, if you're honorable, and you lose a war, you're admitting you lost and you accept the conditions. And frankly, it should end up like Japan and Germany, where we accepted the conditions and look at us now, we're powerhouses. And the South never did that. The South is not a powerhouse. It's not ever taken any of our industry except
I don't think they should have to, and obviously...
It's a lot more like Germany, where flying the flag of the Third Reich with swastika is prohibited now.
Why couldn't it be? We're pretty open-minded compared to that. right? I mean, we're like, sure. We've let them fly it at their state capitals, and I mean, it's like, and yet all we get is shit from the South about things like the welfare state, when they're the states that are taking more from the federal government than they give in taxes.
Yeah, opening your mind to Nazism and fascism is not the way to go. You close your mind off that. You don't let it spread. You suppress it. You don't deal with it by letting them fly their flags under whatever kind of or whoever they post it on, so state capitals, even somewhere else.
Well, it was obviously in reaction to that shooting in that church, which of course is a horrible thing, but I don't know why they can't just make good laws at the first place rather than having to always change and edit and modify and reform, and this kind of pragmatism in the law just sucks and it's horrible. And so of course all these reactionary things happen. It's just like the nature of politics, it seems like in the 21st century, is this reactionary. We'll only do something when something else bad happens. And this Confederate flag is another example.
Well, no, but that's not just the 21st century, right? This is something we've gotten from the 20th century and even 19th and 18th century, right? Yeah. This reactionary, like, people have to wait for there to be a crisis. And not just a crisis, a real crisis, but a crisis they notice. And then
like 9/11 too.
Yeah, no, it's annoying. It's annoying. I agree. But then again, what are you going to do? Hopefully, people will start to react to crises before they happen, because you can see them coming. It is possible to see them coming.
Reactionary.
At least the ones we've already been through, we know what their signs are.
Reactionary means further to the right than merely conservative. Not.
Well, no, I would be more generous than that. There's leftist reactionaries. I even am sometimes reactionary, right? Sometimes reactionary is you see a movement and all you know is stop that. So like being reactionary against the Nazi movement, that would be hopefully a leftist thing and something to be proud of. Being reactionary against gay marriage, well, maybe it's something to be proud of, but maybe it's just a little misguided. You know what I mean? Every single case is a case by case.
The left-wing sort of, further to the extreme than say whatever it is, would actually be considered radical. Right? Radical is the left end, reactionary is the right end.
Thank you.
The
I'm saying that's incidental, Nadia. I'm saying that's incidental to where you are in history.
You are committing a horrific malapropism here. The best of you actually looked up the words.
No, I've looked up the words. Look, the thing is that the reason the right wing is thought of as reactionary is because we have more motion on the left towards egalitarianism, or feminism, say, and the people reacting to that are reactionaries. But you can easily have a right-wing movement take over in history, and then the reactionaries would be leftists. You see, we're lucky that, no, we're not in that era, but we could be. It's happened before. There's forces trying to force it to happen now. And if, my reaction to Fox News is technically a reactionary, reaction. It's not production. It's not, let's do something good. It's, hey, this is a thing that's happening and it's bad. I'm going to fight against it. And that is what reaction is. That's reactionary, is when you're driven by a reaction to something you want to stop. And it's not always bad. Some things should be reacted to stop. The reason we think conservatives are reactionaries because their reaction is to things like civil rights and and feminism and things that we don't think need to have reactionary movements.
When Stalin in the 1926 went on about after the Republic of the Soviets falls, an era of black and list reaction. What does he mean? And where is he talking about?
Yeah.
He's not talking about the USSR. He's talking about the colonial countries that oppress peoples, not within the USSR. He's talking about the international impact of having a sort of leftist metropole.
Hey, Puro, have you seen Trump and his announcements and his speeches?
Yeah, I've been watching him a bit, including some of the whole speeches on YouTube. What do you think?
I don't know. He seems like he's high in the polls, and I can't believe that. I'm a Canadian, by the way, in case I never mentioned that, but
Right.
I can't believe that you Americans have Jeb Bush, you're #1 in the polls. Like, I cannot believe that Americans want another Bush in there. But apparently Trump is #2. So
yeah, but it's hard to say with this many people because there's always people that are going to top out at 15 or 20%, and when there's 6 or 7 people, they're topping out and looking like they're in the lead, right? We have a history of that down here, especially on the left, but now that the Republicans are going to run so many people, we have it as well. I would say, Trump is funny. Like, if you look at some of his old things, he's very pro-choice, even pro-Mexican and pro-immigration. I think, it's hard. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but it's hard not to think that Trump isn't in it to attack Republicans, because he's attacking Jeb and, and Marco Rubio and these kind of people, whatever their weaknesses, the chinks in their armor. And he can do it totally unapologetically. Doesn't matter if some of it bounces back onto him. If any of it sticks to these candidates, he's all set. So it's just really weird. But I don't think that's what's happening. I think what's happening is that he's a self-promoter. And, this is a way for him to get known.
yeah, he has nothing to lose, right? Because he's a very wealthy person. I like the one part of it, though, that at least he's so wealthy that he doesn't need to take bribes, unlike all the other politicians. Something like, I'm trying to think who it was, is that it's so rare for a politician to actually make money while they're in office because they spend so much on their campaign. But in this case, Trump, it doesn't matter because he's wealthy already. So I guess I want to believe that maybe this would be a politician who can't be bribed because he's fine. He doesn't need it.
Yeah, what is it? The right wing knows they're not viable in any sort of national election. They can only really prop themselves up with, gerrymandering or other deliberate malapportionment. Various forms of localized disenfranchisement. All this lack of cohesion means is really just that, well, it means basically writing off the national election. If there were some kind of real driving effort to, or real prospect of a national national candidate's viability, they work on it, but they don't bother. Pretty much let all these extremists go to town.
You don't think that Trump has a chance to be nominated whatsoever?
He could nominate anyone. Doesn't really matter who they nominate. Nobody that get past the primary or that I don't know is consistent with their ideological position. Whatever be viable nationally.
Who do you think the Democrat will be? Or is it obvious at this point?
Most likely Clinton. And it's pretty much she's a shoo-in for the national election, too. The most likely outcome is pretty much Hillary Clinton. The real questions are actually more around Congress. Right. They got to maintain their lead in Congress. How many seats they're going to gain or lose. Yeah, and sadly, it appears they're most likely to gain seats, not losing.
Maybe this is just because I'm in Canada, but it seems to me that who sets the tone of a country is always the president, even if behind the scenes there's all kinds of Congress and Senate kind of stuff going on. But don't you think that it would matter more in terms of change for the country if the leader was someone like Trump versus if the Congress had these little changes going on? What are people more aware of, and what do you think makes a greater impact on the country and its direction?
Well, you're speaking of like two things at once, right? Like who the spokesperson and figurehead is, and what the real decisions are. And the tone really comes out of those real decisions. I mean, Obama's recovery plan didn't have to get starved. Right? You look at Krugman, and he had actual estimates for how much would have to be plowed into the stimulus package, right? And what was actually put into it was well short. And practically 8 years on, you see that the country's still underwater. The employment population ratio, the real unemployment figure, has only come up from 2008 by 0.25%. Or higher is, of course, better. More people employed. Yeah, the economic hardships told of Obama's presidency, not his spokesmanship. Everybody's out there being all depressed about the quote-unquote jobless recovery. No one's, satisfied by Obama's mere words.
What is your perspective on the economy in the States right now, from what you see and hear?
Wealth condensation has depressed aggregate demand, so obviously the whole economy suffers, or let's say people are suffering en masse because of resource deprivation, because aggregate demand is efficient. Don't have the circulating money for goods and services for anyone outside this stratospheric reaches of the upper classes.
Yeah, whenever they talk about the economy, and I don't know, up here in Canada, I guess, which probably its economy is very much lumped together with the States, but I always hear the economy's recovering, but I don't see that. I think that's just they're trying to get people to it's like a psychological thing. They want people to feel like things are getting better, but I don't see that, at least from my perspective.
It's called job owning. It's where I suppose deliberate mischaracterizations of usually stock prices are used to, I guess, spur sales. Well, the question is really what are you buying?
Same with Europe too. I keep hearing about countries in Europe, like Greece right now is what's being talked about, but I recall Ireland having a problem. Spain has a humongous employment rate. That stuff isn't going to go away, and I don't think Germany can just bail out all of Europe. So I don't think we're out of the storm, and it just seems like we're still riding this bad economy throughout North America and Europe. It's not going away yet, at least.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got the whole Reagan Thatcher quote-unquote austerity or whatever it is. I mean, same stuff the IMF inflicts on third world countries to basically raid their coffers. And of course, once the coffers are raided, they have to pay in real material resources. Yeah, the money's not worth anything anyway. I mean, who knows what Zimbabwe's currency is worth now, or whatever the country, right? It's the coltan or oil or whatever it is.
Dad.
Money's just kind of a shell game to, I don't know, con them into giving up their oil and coltan and whatever else.
Well, someone has to carry the debt. The only thing they can do, the only way to destroy debt is to inflate it or pay it back. Or inflate your currency to pay it. I guess there's only one way is to pay it back, or a default.
Have it be forgiven. There was an activist movement at one point too, advocating for, what is it, debt forgiveness to the third world. Well, we can see how far that got. You know, the IMF's sort of like a neo-colonial debt slavery. Well, it's now making inroads into Europe.
Well, the countries that owe the IMF money, I don't know why you'd want to run them in the first place. You'd think you'd pick better places to colonize with.
Oh, it's somewhat opportunistic, right? They don't have the power to resist, you know, military or whatever it is. So at that point, you know, you exploit them. And that's really how nasty and brutal the planet is, right? War is effectively against the weak. And I need to start my next hangout. Well, I need to debate Pyrrha at some point about the reality of the material.
Oh.
You said that the debate you started with in the call was whether reality was immaterial. Is that what you said?
Whether there is reality to the immaterial. Whether things are genuinely material or whether these are, end up referring to something physical. Like, one line I take is that things like thoughts and concepts are neurological processes that humans undergo and have various forms of communication about. But communication is also very physical in nature.
Yeah, I'm not an idealist. I'm a realist, I guess. If I did see the title of the Google Hangout, it was Idealism, Realism, and something else, and I would call myself a realist. I don't believe in souls and things like that.
I have a question. Is that person a man or a woman? That's all I want to know.
I'm a woman. Anyway, realism is whether there exists some kind of, external reality, and in some respects, whether it's mind independent. Right. That's very different from materialism. I mean, one can be a full realist and deem things that are immaterial, like abstractions, to be, in some respect, real. That would be the division between, say, abstracta and concreta. I guess there could be maybe a little bit more to materialism than just a philosophy of mind.
Sorry, what was that?
There can be a bit more to materialism than just the philosophy of mind.
Yes, I would think so. As far as I know, philosophy of mind wouldn't take a strict position on metaphysics. I assume you could be a materialist or an idealist and still talk about philosophy of mind.
Philosophy of mind is metaphysics.
Well, you have to talk about it. To do philosophy of mind, you have to talk about metaphysics because you got to talk about souls and other things. The classical idealists would think there are souls, like Plato did.
Hmm?
Is that what you first talked about during this hangout?
Well, that's what the title was. Kind of what ended up bringing me in, but
Yeah.
on the other hand, it's not actually been talked about much in the actual conversation.
Yeah, actually, when I was listening, I was hearing stuff about Rothschild and conspiracy stuff, and I had no idea what that had to do with the title. I don't know how the conversation segued to that, but somehow it did.
Yeah, I attempted to, I guess, persuade people to analyze things in maybe a more productive way than Rothschild. I don't know, the British conspiracy thing where, what is it, British banks are somehow controlling the world is pretty far out there too.
What's far out there?
No, basically it's like the Queen or British banks are secretly controlling the world. Basically, like there's a secret king of the world or whatever, but the secret king or whatever is not so secret. It's the actual British monarch.
So sorry, it's silent at the moment, but so I had a phone call from work, people that pay, so I had to take it because I'm a sellout. Fuck. Sorry.
Hey, Piero, if
Yeah.
if you don't mind me asking, are you a freelance programmer and you just take contracts from companies and you have a list of people you've worked for before, and is that how you run your
the last year and a
finances?
half. The last year and a half, that's been how it is. Yeah, I'm trying to start contracting,
Okay.
and I have I have a startup that got funded, and that's presents its own problems. And before they got funded, I was working for them then. That presented problems, and I'm working for a Fortune 50 company now too that recruited me. It's really funny because they recruited me remotely via a Indian company. So an Indian company that sells labor that's outsourced to India, that's their original thing. They are the ones that contact. So I can work for this company in Maine, and the place I'm working for is in California because, I'm kind of like an Indian, sort of. I have to put on the accent, but hey. So I'm outsourced to Maine. So, but yeah, so it's working so far. But yeah, I just had a client call. I had to deal with them.
Yeah, I'd assume you'd rather work for a company, right? And you have regular hours and all that. It'd be more job security.
Well, no, I've done that my whole career, and then you're a wage slave. So fuck that shit. I'd rather have contracts. Plus, I have time to work on other things. Plus, when I work for people, usually I have to sign an agreement that I won't work for anybody else. Well, that's not legal with contracting. With contracting, it's like, we want 40 hours a week. I can work 20 hours a week for somebody else. I don't even have to tell them. So it's much better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way better.
See.
The problem is you have to look for work a lot, and God, who doesn't hate looking for work? It's just like work, only you don't get paid. It sucks.
I would just be worried about the instability of it, but it seems I know more and more people are actually doing just that. They're more freelance people, and that's how they're getting work. And with the internet and everything, a lot of stuff going online, it just seems like that's more and more the future.
I think so, or these things like Uber, to drive for Uber is just to have a car, get an app on your computer, make sure you sign up, and then suddenly you're picking people up. And if you're good at it, you get good ratings, and you keep doing it. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to that kind of economy. There's definitely a negative side. I've worked with a lot of contractors, and they always say, and I've already experienced this, that it's either feast or famine, right? You got 3 people wanting a contract, or you got no people wanting a contract. And those 2 or 3 months that you spend out of work trying to fix the next contract, those are expensive, man. That's expensive. So no wonder you have to charge more, but you don't really charge more because employees are so expensive, right? There can be 100% overhead for employees at some places, and it's at least 30%. So, but anyway, you go without work, so it costs money. But I found right now the economy is pretty good, and good means I can get a job that I will like and be good at, but it takes a couple months.
Well, it takes being a quote-unquote marketable person. If you're someone that's on the bottom end of discrimination of various sorts here.
Yeah.
Not getting, and I've not gotten very far. It's not
Well,
like
the
I
thing is, you're so skilled, though. I'll bet you could do it.
Way of distinguishing them, but they don't contact me.
I think you're skilled in an area that's becoming you know, like C++ programmers. You can't take them for granted. Kernel programmers, you could probably market that. On the other hand, when you show up, maybe people would have a trouble with it. And again, I've worked with trans people that, you know, who's better than California companies at not giving a shit. But you might have to move to California is the thing.
I've already been through California. And like I said...
You're in California?
I said I was, and
it
didn't actually matter where I was. Excuse me, I said that it doesn't actually matter where I am, because they'll fly me out there anyway.
Yeah.
It hasn't actually gone so well. So, and for that matter, there aren't that many different places that are interested in what I have some experience doing. And
well, like when I went on my own, I started applying all different kind of places.
Absolutely nobody is interested in bringing me on to do something I don't have experience doing.
Well, when I went on my own, the first thing I did, and I used some of my retirement, otherwise I wouldn't have had enough money, was just kind of probe the industry. Like, what words are used in the industry by the people that want to find the skills that I have. So, for example, I mean, I have a philosophy degree. I learned early on, I'm looking for a job as a programmer. They started calling that software engineer, and it's like, well, am I a software engineer? Well, those are my skills. The people using the word software engineer are looking for somebody with my skills. So, you know, you can probe the industry for, you know, and what I found is that, you know, at first I tried cloud stuff. Well, no, that's all people just converting. They want contractors that'll convert people to run physical host systems on the cloud. They're not at the point yet where they develop software to actually, you know, like use the cloud and benefit from it. So, like a term that worked out for me is full stack. You know, I can make a tool, the server, the client in Angular and JavaScript. I can make that whole stack. So if you need a whole stack, that the word is full stack. You would be a full stack programmer. You might not want to be, but you know, you as a C programmer, you have the skills to do a little client work on the JavaScript or whatever. It would be no thanks. You know what I mean? So it's all terms and language, and it's funny how much that's what it is. But it's also where you're willing to live. On the other hand, I have done this in Maine, and by cutting what my rate should be in half or a third,
I will not go to people because or anywhere remotely rural, because of course.
We should be able to work remotely. I don't see why you should have to go anywhere. You should be able to work remotely.
I haven't finished my sentence. So.
Okay, sorry, but.
Excuse me. So first off, there are only 7 states where, or less, where they can't just fire me for being transgender. Number 2, there are even fewer states that have, you know, actual trans discrimination on the healthcare, and better yet, the sex hormones that have major metabolic dependencies. My various ICU things are what's called metabolic acidosis, right? Or more general term that impact my metabolism from sex hormones being interrupted or denied. Well, that will actually kill me. Now, how many states how many companies and such have healthcare policies that will, basically keep you alive?
Right. Yeah.
I'm not discussing. I have this missing pancreas too.
What about Obamacare? Since you get you can get the healthcare separately, and then the companies don't have to worry about it anymore. Does that not help?
No. Has to do with state policies. The federal policy with Obamacare doesn't really do much.
Because you're talking about being fired, or when you go to an interview, people that might not hire you because they have the ability to not hire you on that basis.
And also the healthcare policy.
Culpability. Yeah, that's an extra thing. I mean, I would defend our industry in that at this current time, probably our industry is one of the best ones to try in, but I admit that doesn't mean it wouldn't suck. Yeah, I see how, there's no... But then again, like I was in the game industry, and we had Danny Bunton, who was the inventor of some of the classic games, Mule and stuff, and he was transgender, and we just are like, really, Danny Bunton? Okay, I guess our hero is transgender. We just had to go with it because he made Mule. It didn't change what he had done that we loved. So.
She was a woman.
Excuse me, she. But, I mean, so in a way, it's an industry where, as hard as it must be, you have a chance. I mean, I would wish you luck in it, and I would hope my industry would not be an asshole about it.
Some of us have a chance.
Yeah. Well, because Danny Bunn was already established, right?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So that's your report on it, is that the discrimination is prohibitive, even in programming, even in.
If you don't pass, you basically are writing on like having some kind of huge name, and if you don't have that, then you're out. You don't pass, and you're gone. Yeah, and for that matter.
Well, I don't feel that way. My attitude is if you can code and hack a system, then I really don't care anything else. You can even still like their Confederate flag, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? That's rare enough, man.
Does anyone believe you can code and hack a system when, well, oh dear, look at that sissy. All right, that's
right. Whatever. That's another world. I'm not even in that world.
In what world?
Where geeks are not superheroes. I mean, if you can go on a system and handle everything that's going on,
that person is not a woman.
I don't care at all.
Fooling anyone.
The thing is, whatever. The thing is, like, for example, it's not just this kind of issue. I've worked with people in the gaming industry where they would pound their keyboards, people said, and they were crazy and you couldn't work with them. Well, I found out, no, he pounded on the side of his keyboard, and his keyboard would jump up and down. It was kind of exciting. It was like, woohoo, I'm mad. And he was a great computer programmer, and you could ask him to do something in 2 days that other people couldn't do, period. So I just worked with him, and that's how I became a manager, is because if you've got talent, it's my job as your manager to figure out how to work with you. That you would be transgender is a nothing issue. I mean, I got people with anger problems. That you're transgender doesn't mean shit. That's great. Okay, whatever. Wear whatever you want. Just fix this code.
Poor Alex. Nobody's even trying to fool anybody. I readily disclose, well, I guess my history and such, and there's, well, it should be pretty obvious, too, from, I guess, the way I look and sound. So,
I think you could pass. I mean, you could totally pass without disclosure, I think.
Also, that what
why bother?
I guess appear as is not regarded as professional or dignified or something indicative of skill. And that kind of evaluation is basically how people dump me in job interviews, right? I mean, you could already be...
Well, I believe you. I just think it's a shame because I think that we're in an industry where you can tell skill by behavior. Why bother any other means? I mean, I look at somebody's skill and judge their skill. I don't see how we're in an industry that could be possibly more rationally judgment. We could judge based on rational means, so why judge any other way?
It's already a 23% drop in the response rate to female names on resumes. Otherwise, it's identical resumes, right?
Well,
Now,
are you talking about that if you apply as a woman, there's a bigotry against women programmers? You probably would be better off going, I'm a man, I happen to be transgender, so I'm actually still a good programmer. People, their bigotries are so bizarre that would probably suit them. They'd be like, oh, okay, at least it's not actually a woman, okay. And you'd be like, no, I am actually a woman. Fuck you. And they'd be like, well, but we hire you. And you'd be like, okay, well, hire me, but I am a woman. Would that be right? If I was having that trouble and I was you, I would just totally go as a woman and not disclose, because I would be like you where, hey, let's disclose, but fuck them. And that's not true. You totally, you're feminine. You could pass totally as a woman. Why is it any of their fucking business? Let them hire a woman for a change. Because I'll tell you, their bigotry against women is probably bigger than anything else.
I already have to disclose my prior name so I can verify my employment history as well as education.
All right. So, that's a trap, see? That's a fucking trap. That's why. That's why that is that way.
Yeah, they call me.
Totally. Well, it shouldn't be any of their business. And I believe, maybe I'm utopian or something, or optimistic, but I believe that at the highest level of people that respect coding, that we will take anybody we can find. We don't have a bias about where.
Yeah, why does it matter? Why does it matter as long as you can code? You're behind a computer screen, sitting in your own house. What does it matter as long as you can code, right? Why would it matter?
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't. It doesn't make any sense at all.
It shouldn't, and that's part of why I got into the industry. I found out to my chagrin that apparently
Well, like, for example, okay, I have a philosophy degree. That's not particularly well respected in computer science, but it doesn't hold me back because I demonstrate through what I've done in the rest of my resume, and, I can prove, boom, and so, okay. And it should be something like that. It's like if people go, oh, you're transgender. Well, I've never seen that. I'm from Indiana. Then it didn't really matter. Say what?
Is that your undergrad in philosophy?
Yeah, that's my only degree. My undergrad is Bachelor of Philosophy in Arts. But a BA, at least it's a BA. A BS, a Bachelor of Science, that sounds like bullshit.
I did not.
Or where did you...
Yes. Florida.
Florida. You spent a lot of time there, though.
Went to college there. But
on the other hand, I went to Berkeley, so I did have a really good philosophy degree, not one of those bullshit ones that they mostly turn out.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're from Indiana. That's a terrible place.
No, I'm not from Indiana. That was a joke. I'm from California. That's why I'm open-minded.
I was going to say, our condolences.
Land of Charles Manson and Michael Ailing.
That's right, and all kinds of crazy people.
And Jim Jones, too, of course.
Jim Jones, you name it. There's an endless number of them.
Yeah,
that Heidi Klaus, she got stole by a cow. It's all, it's not a... Well, I'm turned on California. I used to love it, grew up there, but now I live in Maine, and I realize the East Coast is beautiful. It's the bounty land. California's a fucking desert with a bunch of shitty towns like Sacramento and Fresno and Bakersfield. The fuck?
All I hear about California is they're running out of water. That's all I hear. That's right.
They're running out of water. There's nothing else really to know about it.
And Arnie, when he was governor there.
I just left right before that, and I was like, thank God.
Bang the maid.
The sad thing about here's the bad thing about Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's still one of our best governors. So just okay, compute that. He's as bad as he is. Still one of our best governors.
I need to do a changeover, so I'm headed back to my own hangout. Well, cheers. Have a good day.
All right, take it easy now, yeah. Well, we had Jerry Brown. He was pretty good, actually. And his dad, Pat Brown, he was pretty good. And then the rest of them have all been assholes.
What is
the
it?
best one
is
other than that is fucking Reagan when he was a Democrat. Bastard.
Really? He was a Democrat at one time?
Yeah, he was a Democrat, and he was the when he was a Democrat, he was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, a union. Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then if you have never seen, you should watch. You could see on YouTube his testimony before MacArthur. It's inspiring. You know, because he's like, well, I don't like communists, but you're kind of freaking out, Mr. McCarthy. I mean, we can handle a couple communists in Hollywood. It's not like we're making communist movies. I mean, Jesus, you know, just mellow out, dude. We're going to handle it. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but it's not really a problem. We'll handle it. And, you know, it's a really great speech. Like, it made me love Reagan. You know, that and the fact that he befriended Gorbachev. I have a soft spot as a liberal for good old Uncle Reagan, Grandpa Reagan.
That's a tear down this wall. Tear down this wall,
tear
right?
down this wall. Yeah, there you go. That was pretty good. No, yeah. But the thing is, with Reagan was the kind of guy that called the Soviet Union an evil empire. And then he literally made personal friends with Gorbachev. Like Gorbachev and him are staying up late, drinking alcohol, playing dominoes or whatever. You know what I mean? They were hanging out after their diplomat. That never happened with Khrushchev because Reagan could actually call them an evil empire, but go, hey, Gorby, let me find out what you're like as an individual. And that friendship changed world history. And, you know, so yeah, the main problem with Reagan that I still hate is he had some real assholes in his cabinet. I mean, it was like James Watt and people that were just like, hey, I know what I want to do with the environment. I want to rape it. Yeah. So, but Reagan wasn't really the problem. Kind of a figurehead thing.
What did you most like about your philosophy degree when you were taking it?
I hated the whole thing, the fucking establishment. After I left, I realized that it's really good how they make you, you know, they make you analyze things. Like probably the best thing in the end was I had a class called Real Analysis where they make you, instead of being in a section where a graduate student is, you know, doing the section, they call it with, you know, let's say you have 700 people in the class or 300, you might have 20 in this section. It was one graduate student with you for a half an hour analyzing every little detail of your, you know, of your essay that you'd written and every analytic point you tried to make to try to help you have really strong analysis skills. And that was probably my favorite, but that guy, he freaked out. He was like, you're setting yourself up as the master. And I was like, well, first of all, I'm insulted because master-slave morality and metaphor is really offensive. But yes, you're right. You're not going to tell me what to do. I'm a libertarian. I don't care what you say. Even if I like paying taxes, I'm a libertarian.
Were you even a libertarian when you were an undergrad?
I've been a libertarian forever. I believe that's why I still call myself a libertarian is because, you know, I believe in personal liberty and individual sovereignty is the goal. The reason I'm a progressive is that I believe society is necessary. I don't believe that in the village, you know, every kid needs the village. No, in the village, you peed your pants at 4 and they treat you like a bedwetter for the rest of your life. You have no freedom. You can't redefine yourself or learn or change or nothing. You get stuck with what they all think about you. That's not individuality. Individuality requires cities. You can do it in the country. I'm not saying otherwise, but I mean this cosmopolitanness, it's all a part of learning that how to let your own flag fly and stuff. And so, you know, I end up being a progressive libertarian just to point out that, look, it's not that I hate taxes. I think that, you know, we need national highways to be free. Why? Because even if I don't have a car, I can fucking get on that road and leave New York and go to LA. You know, that's a part of freedom, and it doesn't happen in that village or in some primitive state. It happens when you have an infrastructure, and not a national but an international infrastructure where you can fly everywhere. There shouldn't even be passports, but if there are, they're easy to get just so people can know where people are going, you know, whatever, why they would need to do that, whatever. You know, I'm willing to compromise, but basically people should have individual sovereignty, and it's measurable. It's like, how far can you go for how little money? How many different jobs can you take in spite of the different amounts of money you make? That's your freedom. And I still believe in that, and I think that's what libertarianism is really about, is your individual ability to do measurable, you know, differences in your decisions.
Yeah, I agree with that. And one thing that, as a libertarian, I see a lot of anarchist stuff, because a lot of people are minarchists like a libertarian, but then some people are, well, let's take one more step, right, and go to an anarchism. But like you were just saying, like, society, we have roads, we have buildings. Society is so complex. I have no idea how moving into anarchy would be able to sustain all that infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
You can have anarchy out in the desert somewhere with just a bunch of people, or even your family. You can have an anarchy in a kind of a gulch, which I know people like to cite. But you're saying like Toronto or New York City are going to just all of a sudden flip over? There's just no way. Not possible. So it's just ridiculous.
Well, I think part of it is this, is that anarchy is like atheism. It doesn't say what the solutions should be. It's saying, look, command and control hierarchy going up to one central authority, that's not going to work for me. There's a lot of other ways, including more organic ways, in the sense of how the body works, how the brain and the liver share oxygen. You know, maybe we could learn something from that. So anarchy is really about, to me, anti-hierarchy. Like, you don't need a hierarchical somebody that's your boss. You can do things out of your best interest and cooperate. Now, there's still somebody who's an authority, like in open source software. I mean, Linus Torvalds, that made Linux, is, you know, people pretty much respect his opinion. On the other hand, if he went fucking nuts tomorrow, took too many drugs, and went crazy, people would be like, Linus has gone crazy, we're going to do this on our own, and there'd be a new person. It's an organic version of authority, like the meritocracy. Those people maybe aren't meritocratically the best, but at least they're chosen through a system where people are willingly saying, okay, for now we'll take his leader. You know, and if they get really crazy, well, then it splits off. In other words, you have no way to demand that your loyalists keep doing what you say or stay loyal. If they're not loyal because you fail them as a leader, even if it's an accident, even if it's your followers' mistake, well, they're going to leave you, and that's a more healthy thing, right? That's a libertarian way to have authority. You still have people you look up to. Maybe they're older, maybe they've just demonstrated that they're clever in a certain respect. Maybe you're not sure if they're clever, but hey, at least we're all looking to the same person, so we don't all go in a different direction. And it all works out over time in a much more libertarian way than this command and control hierarchy. Like even a president, it's great you could elect a president, but you elect a president and then for 4 years, he's your fucking boss. Is there not really a better way? Couldn't we have, like, he's my boss today because he keeps coming up with good ideas. Now he doesn't have good ideas. I'm going to look at some other ideas, and, 2 years later, I've got a new boss because his ideas did not compete well enough. Why not that? That's libertarianism. There's still authority, right? I don't feel like a better authority on medicine than the American Medical Society, or even a better than your average doctor that I've just met on the street. I'm like, I respect his expertise. Doesn't mean that we can't be libertarian in our society. It's like, it just means that you're better at doctoring. I'll believe you when you say whether my kid should get vaccines, for now, and I will not necessarily vote for the person you say, though, because that's not your expertise. So I think libertarianism right now is a little bit just too simplistically like anti-tax. Minarchism, similarly, it's like, well, okay, let's talk about what's the minimum size that, anarchy at least says we could get away without it. Minarchy is like, okay, we need a small hierarchy controlling us. Well, how small? Because right away, doesn't that smallest hierarchy have to be bigger than Walmart? Doesn't it have to be bigger than Bechtel? Doesn't it have to be bigger than General Western? It has to be bigger than everybody to control them, doesn't it? So that's not very small. The minarchy looks pretty fucking big. I'm more anarchist than minarchist because I really believe you could break things down where nobody has ultimate control. I think we're already in this situation. Nobody actually has ultimate control. There's a lot of politics and interchange, and you just control that interchange to make sure it's all in the open and honest, and sometimes someone wins a fight politically. Maybe history will judge that badly, but at least you know what happened, and history can judge it. Because we have tons of history where people didn't even know what really happened. I mean, Americans don't know why Americans don't understand why Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in World War II. Like it was a random thing. What were they thinking? No, there's concrete reasons. It's not a mystery, and we're like confused about it. So liberty really is partly waiting for people to understand their own fucking world history and why these mysterious events happened. Why was there the Crusades? Why did we go into, Philippines and waterboard people? Why did World War II happen? These should not be mysteries. People need to figure them out, and then they could have liberty.
What do you think is a greater threat to individual liberty? Multinational corporations or governments?
Well, it has to be the multinational corporations because the governments are really their puppets. We have an international government right now made of whatever's going on in the agreement space of multinational corporations. In the sense that governments have a role is limited to the fact that, okay, Chinese corporations, their government has a big role in those corporations, to whatever degree they want to. But really, so I think it would have to be the corporations because the governments, but it's a little bit ironic because the governments, right now on paper, the governments have the right to secure the freedoms that are being, just that they just happen not to have. Ways they're being screwed over, maybe they don't know about. They have the power to do something about all of that. So it is the failure of people's local, national, and even more local governments that is to blame in a sense. But what are those governments not fighting that they should be? Well, it's the international corporatocracy. We have this corporatocracy, and it's international, and at this point, with China involved and everything, it's barely arguable that there's more than one sphere. I mean, the Russian and the European sphere are so interconnected now. Yeah, sure, Greece could talk about leaving the European one and joining the Russian one, but it almost wouldn't matter because it's not like we couldn't trade with those people. It would change the cost a little bit. So anyway, short answer, I think it's the corporations. But I think the governments are more culpable in the sense that they're supposed to be answer to us. If a corporation doesn't answer to us, it's like, well, it's an independent entity. It's not supposed to. It's the corporations that are supposed to bridge that gap of, well, you're doing business in our company, in our country, and you're causing this problem. So it's kind of like the danger is the corporations, and the missing answer is governments doing something about it. Who else could? I mean, there is. I'm an American. I'm all for free market. I'm for the idea that a company should do kind of whatever it should get away with. And it's up to the government to say, okay, well, you can't get away with not giving health care if that's what it should be. Or, okay, but it's not okay for you to sell poison toys to children. You know, it shouldn't be up to the toy store, really, to decide that. I'd love a toy store. I'd like to find a toy store. I'd go to the toy store that said, I don't want to poison children. We sell more expensive toys because they don't poison children. But barring that, at Walmart, I'm okay with them going, hey, I found some cheap toys, and the government going, you got to check those for arsenic, and finding out, oh, they're cheap because they're made of arsenic. You know what I mean?
But don't you think, in lieu of a government safety regulations, that a corporate or a company or a store or a corporation would check their own stuff, or they would sign up with another company who would? Because I assume that people are worried about those things, but the problem is right now is that they believe that the governments are safety checking for them.
Right.
But if that didn't exist, I assume something else would take its place. You'd have like a Better Business Bureau.
Yeah, there's always going to be some percentage of people that didn't check on their own. I think caveat emptor is, you know, that would only work if there was some system where everything got disclosed. So I think you have to have the government with some minimum of what's safe. Now, I'm also an American in the sense that, hey, a little bit of lead in the paint might be okay. You know, I mean, I don't think it has to be absolutely safe. I think if you had full disclosure, people would accept a certain amount of risk. But they have a limited amount of knowledge as well. So there's a point at which you have to say, well, kids lick toys. You could use lead paint here, but if you put it on a kid's toy, they're going to lick it. And limit that, you know. So, I mean, I don't think that the market will take care of that on its own, because, you know, I like the flea market. I like Walmart. Walmart has specialized in using computers and automation to sell things that are really, like, compare Walmart to Nike, which is better. Nike figured out they could make shoes for $5 and sell them for $100. Walmart figured out they could go get some shoes made for $5. They'd sell them for $6. In other words, Walmart's better. They want to make everything cheap, but then they only mark up a little. Nike is like, we're going to make it cheap and still charge first world prices. Ha ha ha. Right? So I like Walmart better. And if you like that kind of business, well, of course they're going to find a factory that's selling quote unquote toys, but they're poisonous, and it might not be that the factory maker even cares. He's just like, I thought of a good idea of a toy, I bought the cheapest materials and I made it. Well, they're poisonous. I think there's a role for government to recognize that, okay, these materials are not appropriate for this product, it's too dangerous, some percentage of the market is not going to know the science of why this is dangerous, and so we're going to force them to label, or we're going to even say they can't sell. And whether that's done well or not, it's just a matter of having a non-corrupt government. You know, a government that's willing to allow mistakes. We don't have that, right? It's hard to imagine. But come on, if we imagine ethical companies, ethical corporations, we can imagine an ethical government. And the ideal really is both of them being ethical and doing their own job, check and balance.
If there was a free market accrediting or some kind of safety thing that companies voluntarily signed up with and they did a good job, would that be acceptable? Like, is your issue merely you think that there would be no company that could do a good enough job, so we have to have the government?
Oh, no. I totally believe companies can do enough jobs. Like, for example, with our the Obamacare, I like that there's multiple insurance payers. I'd like there to be a public option so the government could try to set the baseline. Like, if you can't do better in the government, you're obviously shit. You're not going to make it. But if you can do better in the government, guess what? Plenty of people will be able to. I like the market solution to these kinds of problems, where people get to compete and try their, you know, I like charter schools where people can say, look, if the parents are willing to try our experiment in education, who's the government to say? I believe in that, and that's an American, I believe America has that kind of idea, and that it would be good if a lot of these social, you know, socialized medicine or anything else were like that. Because take socialized roadways. We have interstate roadways in the U.S. They weren't all made by the government.
Ban that guy, Hero.
Yeah. Yeah. So they weren't all made by the government. They were locally contracted by local firms, and we have a great interstate system. It's fallen apart since then, but you know what I mean? The multiple vendor idea is great, where the government basically could really be in the business of putting out calls. We need high-speed rail, and we also need it at this unrealistic rate. It'd be $1 billion, but we're talking to the whole nation, so it's kind of, can you do it? Someone would pop up out of the market that goes, yeah, fuck yeah, I can do that for $1 billion, I'll do it, and it'll cost me $500 million. I believe in the market, so I absolutely do not believe that it can't be done, and I believe that the government is prone to the kinds of problems a lot of libertarians think. Be in the business of putting out calls. We need high-speed rail. Oh, baby. Oh, I have all day to do this. Oh, baby. Oh, I've never had sex.
Can't you get rid of him? Can't you ban that guy?
So quick. Well, he comes in. I was clicking on it, and then he went away. Because, oh, baby, I can influence things. I'm almost 15.
I don't understand that. So, do you know that guy, or does he just a random troll that gets up in the morning
random troll.
And like, I'm just gonna find random Google Hangouts to play sound clips in, and
yep, no. Hopefully he'll come back though and be a regular, and I'll get to know him, and he'll eventually grow up, and it'll be like, I knew. Hey, you know President Alex? I knew him when he was just a Google Hangout troll.
Yeah. So tell me, you said you were a libertarian pretty much forever. How did that ever begin? Unless your parents were libertarians, which I kind of assumed they weren't.
No, but I was born in '67, grew up in '70s. Everything was wild, crazy, liberal then, and at the time, you know, the liberals were the ones that said the government's all bad. You know, so there was a respite in thinking that it was conservatives, that you know, the conservatives liked respect the president and all that, so it was quite easy to fall into a liberal thing that totally overlapped with libertarianism, because the idea was let your freak flag fly, and you should be this way and that way and whatever. And so how is that not libertarian? So I kind of abstracted libertarianism from it, and I heard about libertarianism, and then in high school I was like, well, you know, who are the conservatives? Not that I wasn't one, but I didn't know what I was. But, you know, I liked that. Look, you got, hi, Alex. Oh, my God, I'll bet she's right there with you. And you're just so special. So, so like people like, you know, wait, who am I trying to say? You know, famous.
Did you swat him that time?
William Buckley, for example. William Buckley. Well, no, he ran away. I was ready, though. William Buckley, you know, who's like, we should legalize drugs. True conservative libertarians, I realized, look, I got a lot of overlap with those people. So, and I never believed that the Republican Party was really for small government. I've seen too much of what they have done to think that, and certainly the Democrats aren't for it either. They like big government, and what they spend the money on changes, but this idea that they disagree on the principle of if there should be, no. So you had people like Buckley, who were conservative, but obviously really believed that and would go way against the, you know, the company line, obviously because they believed in some concept of liberty. You know, I developed this idea that there was this concept of liberty. As the internet rose up, I ran into kind of anti-taxitarian libertarianism, which I'm sympathetic to. I can understand why you hate giving money to the government, but from my perspective, as I said, I think we need society and government. We need a public commons. We need to all join one big club for certain things that we all want to share, like murders illegal and stuff. So that ended up just, you know, causing a rift between me and what libertarians think they are now. But if libertarianism is a philosophy, and it's about individual sovereignty. Like literally, as an individual, you make as many of your personal laws as you want, and hell, in your house, it's illegal to pick your teeth with a toothpick. I mean, that's the level of individual sovereignty I would advocate, because at that level, you just leave that dude's house. If you're married to them, well, you both get to vote. There should be democracy. It's 50-50. If the kid's on his side, maybe you should leave the house. I think we could deal with people's crazy personal opinions at that level. Hey, how you doing? Oh, Alex, you wish you could talk about things, don't you? Well, you can't, because you have nothing to say. And poor taste in music. So anyway, yeah, so that's my view.
I thought you were going to tell me Nietzsche or Ayn Rand got you into it.
Oh, no. I've always been against Ayn Rand. If you want to go to like me being 11, 12, and 13, it's not the Ayn Rand entry point. It's this alternate one known as Robert Heinlein.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he
Moon's Harsh Mistress was a good book. I read that one.
He's a great individualist philosopher, in my opinion. Yeah.
Have you read Moon? Have you read Moon as a Harsh Mistress?
Oh, I think I've read everything. It's still in print. Yeah, I have. That's one of the greatest. As a matter of fact, that's a book where before I was working into computers, I had this little epiphany as a kid. I'm like, I'm going to create that thing. You know, the artificial intelligence that just emerges. I'm probably going to help create that, and I hadn't even used computers yet.
What was his name? All I can remember is
Mike. It's Michael.
Oh, Mike. You know, I can remember Manny. He used to call the main character Manny. I remember that, but I couldn't remember what his name was.
That was also the book where he invented the group marriage idea, which, like, whether you're into it or not, it's like, well, because on the farmers on the moon couldn't afford for their farm. They couldn't have a generation of kids that didn't want to work on the farm, so what they did is they have big 7- and 8-person families. They keep marrying people in, so as people leave and come, the farm always keeps going. And I'm like, that's actually really realistic. That's true. You know?
Yeah, it was called Line something. I can't remember now, but yeah.
He had a lot of Heinlein's good stuff is back when he was just pulp sci-fi, and he wrote Potemkin of Mars, or he wrote one, I forget the name, where this classroom is like teleported to a planet. They're supposed to live on there as survivalists for like 2 weeks, but they get accidentally left there for like a year or two. And this one character pulls it all together. It's an anarchy. He loves doing anarchy and how it is when the rules go away. And this guy pulls it together, and then they show up and say, hey, we finally got here. We take you home. And the one guy who became the leader and pulled it all together, totally saved their ass. He's like, let's stay. We got a good thing going on. Of course, the whole class is like, are you fucking nuts? And they all leave, and he's like, well, that sucks. And I thought that was really deep because, you know, this one student has like, we're fucked. We're on our own. He makes it work. So he's into it. And everybody else is like, well, we made it work, but I'm going back to my iPhone. You know, I don't know. What's that one called? I forget. That's a real obscure one. You know, he wrote a bunch of books in the early years in the 50s, right, where they were just, you know, they were pulp. You could pulp sci-fi.
I haven't read the more famous ones, Starship Troopers or Stranger in a Strange Land. Have you read those ones?
Well, Starship Trooper is from his pulp era, and it's a fun military thing where he puts in a lot of good ideas because he always does, but it's really pulpy. You know, I mean, I liked it, but it got famous because of you know, I don't know, they made a board game out of it, and there was a movie and stuff like that. So because it's exciting. On the other hand, Stranger in a Strange Land is one of his classics. After he kind of graduated in the 60s into this surreal philosophy books, really, you know, that are novels, Stranger in a Strange Land is definitely one of his great ones. And the other one is Time Enough for Love, about a guy that just happens to have really good genes, and he lives like 2,000 years. And that's a really good book. And Stranger in a Strange Land is kind of about if a Messiah comes, people will attack and kill him. And it's about a human being that's raised on Mars, and as a result, he kind of has some superpowers just because he was trained by Mars, you know, to tune into these natural things. And then, and the fun thing though is, you know, they all have a lot of sex and whatnot, and you know, kind of fun stuff. And he's got like the man's right movement ought to love. You know, this is one of the things people complain about his books, but his women are a lot like. It's hard to criticize. They're shallow, but it's hard to criticize. They're like strong women, but they're like strong, like Wonder Woman. You know what I mean? They're like strong, big-breasted, beautiful women. You know, it's like, wait, is that sexist or empowering? I'm fucking confused. So it's always fun, though. As a guy, anyway, it's always fun to read something like Stranger in a Strange Land or Moon is a Harsh Mistress, where oh, group sex, great, that's a man thing. No, not really. The women manage to control a lot of those families on the moon are matriarchal. He's not really anti-woman, but he does like kind of a shallow, like Betty Page woman. You know, like Betty Page, and she's smart, you know, kind of a thing. So you got to love that.
What did you think about, you remember that guy who got in trouble? He landed a satellite on a comet, and he was wearing that shirt. You probably know what I'm talking about. And all the feminists went crazy. What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was funny. Well,
the guy was in tears. I had to apologize.
Oh, so complicated. Yeah.
Oh, I just thought that was horrible.
It's so complicated. I mean, what I wish would have happened would be this, is that people would have complained about it, and he would say, oh, this is an aloha print. I see what you're getting at. Here's where I was coming from. I'm sorry, ladies. You know, to me, this is just like having a bunch of, you know, ukuleles on my shirt or a tie-dye shirt. I didn't really think about it. I see what you're saying, and you know what? The reason I love these sexy ladies is because I'm a man. I get you. We were landing on a comet or whatever, and you know what? I could have been more thoughtful. He didn't do that. It was sad that he just was like, I'm totally wrong. I'm in a PC universe, but we're not all PC, and now you know. Yeah, I thought that was...
The source of the objections was only from this minority group of feminists. It wasn't from the totality of women or men in the world or in the country.
No, of course not. Most people didn't care about that. Most women are people. But the thing is, it is right to say something about it. That's why I'm saying what would be nice is the bravery of a response that's like, oh, yeah, you know what? I sometimes watch porn, too. You know, I didn't even think about this as a world event. I was really excited. It is a world event. You know, maybe I should have wore that shirt my grandma gave me. You know, my bad. You know, but he did a way more.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. I'm not sure why he wore that.
It doesn't really. I know why. He's a fucking geek. It could have been a Star Wars shirt. I mean, nobody. You know, he's just a guy with the geek. These scientists, you know, they like ironic shirts and all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like he might have a fucking Salvador Dali with a naked woman and a rifle in his office too. What are you gonna, you know, it might be unfortunate if CNN comes through there in a world-class event and notices it, but it's not, he could go, oh yeah, well, he shouldn't really, whereas he, you know, they cried and stuff, and I understand it because those guys are pretty liberal. They didn't mean to offend anybody. If anybody should have gotten away with going, oh my God, my bad. I see what you're getting at. I was just thinking about the comment. This is one of my favorite. My uncle gave it to me. You know, my brother, my sister gave it to me. She thought, you know, you're a rock star scientist. You like women. You know, whatever. Just be human about it. And he couldn't do that because the political pressure was so much. And on the other hand, he wasn't being forced into it. He was really sad he'd hurt people. And it's like, dude, you didn't actually hurt that many people. You don't have to be that sad. And so it was unfortunate, like on all levels, because I don't mind that people would go, hey, look at that shirt. But that it would get to that point does show that there is an overreaction now. I mean, I would not be a person to deny that there is an overreactions in our society where it's like you're being counterproductive. This is not for liberty. He sure wasn't that offensive. It was maybe.
Yeah, I guess what I would fear is
It wasn't offensive at all to me, actually. I could see why someone might comment on it, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the fear, though, for me is that these minority voices would be either they would either take over or be construed by the media as the majority view, and that's never the case, of course, by definition, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that's a temporary thing. I mean, like in college, I remember I had a big argument. There was a MECA, which is the Mexican American something Hispanic Association or whatever, and I was having a big argument with this woman who I was a friend with, and she was a beautiful Latina woman, and she was liberal, but she had this attitude that it was okay for Mecca when they said racist things and anti-white things. It's not racist, because to be racist you had to be in the power position. It wasn't racist if you're not really able to fuck other people over, for example. It's like, that's not what racist means. I mean, racist plus being in the power position means you get fucked over. Racist not in the power position means okay, you can't fuck other people over, but I also don't want you to get in power. You'll be the same. It's the same. And there is a lot of that. There is still, and maybe even more than there was, like this is in the 80s, of people that have these weird ideas about, basically they're still racist, but they don't hold themselves accountable because they're not in power. They'll worry about that when they're in power, but I'm worrying about it now, and I know I don't want them in power. And that is a part of the dynamic. But as an activist, it's not going to distract me from increasing individual liberty. I'm not going to back off of feminism when women are still one of the groups targeted for unequal treatment in an obvious way. I'm not going to back off of labor. I'm not going to back off of autistic kids, geeks that get bullied. I'm not going to back off bullying. I think bullying in our schools is a huge motherfucking thing. And so I'm not going to back off those things just because there might be a whiner that claims they're being bullied and they're using it to bully others or something. You just have to keep your eye open. So, but I do admit that is going on, and that astrophysicist situation is definitely probably a good example, because it's almost like it's sad that he would have to feel guilty or bad. I mean, it should totally be like, oh, I didn't even realize I was wearing my sexist shirt. It is a little sexist. It's ironic, everybody. I'm sorry, I should have worn this shirt. 5 minutes on TV going, hey, I acknowledge everybody's feelings. Because who really cares about pinup pictures? It's not bad. It's like, to think those couldn't be on some guy's shirt is kind of like saying you can't draw Muhammad and put it on a shirt. It's like, we cannot accommodate that bullshit. It's this... but we can mention it. I mean, if a Muslim says, hey, this was a worldwide event, did you have that Muhammad t-shirt on because you hate all Muslims? He's like, oh no, I bought, is that what it is? That should be a good enough excuse. Oh really? I didn't know it was even of Muhammad. That should be a good enough excuse, and people should be able to go, wait, were you trying to say fuck me up the ass? No, I wasn't. Okay then. I wish we could get at that point, not be so fucking butthurt about everything, and still be able to mention.
Did you hear about the Draw Muhammad contest by something Geller? I can't remember her first name.
Mm-hmm. No, tell me. Yeah, the latest one. What happened?
What did you think about that? Was that too explicit to incite hatred, or is that?
Well, I don't think I know the details. There's been a couple. I mean, a couple years ago, Thunderfoot was big on it, and what it seems like now is every time there is one, wasn't there one that somebody got shot or whatever? So it's becoming a big, like, flashpoint. It's changing as a cultural thing. In general, it's like, from a cartoonist point in a comic fan, it's like, fuck yeah, draw yourself a shit ton of Muhammads. They can deal with it. But some heavy shit has happened, right? So I don't know. You're talking about this latest one? Was that the one where there was some violence?
Sorry, what was the last thing you said?
Well, I was just asking. I heard of one that I didn't really follow up on, but headline kind of wise, there was one of these Draw Muhammad things that had some violence recently against them. And there's the issue of, are they inciting violence? And I personally believe it is civil disobedience, and any violence incited is the violence's problem. All they're doing is drawing it out, like leeching it out. You cannot blame the guy drawing Muhammad. I'm for the cartoonist, cartoon whatever you want. You might draw a scribble and I think it's Muhammad. Just go for it. And yet, I don't want to be glib about the fact that there's this bigger issue, and there have been some people, you know, on both sides probably trying to say, let's make this to be a flashpoint. But, you know, I have to say that, you know, the Muslims that would care about that, you know, are obviously, it's an unredeemable form of their religion. I mean, I know many Muslims that would be like, really? You're trying to draw Muhammad to piss me off? Well, it's not working. I'm going to go get a bagel.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, I mostly think all of this religious stuff, it's always political. I mean, the people that are really upset about it either come from a situation that's oppressed, or they're the kid in the family like bin Laden that decides to associate his mental identity with these people that are oppressed because he's got some emotional need to rather be on that side than the privileged side. Maybe he has a conscience and he's like, I don't want to be one of the people, assholes making this happen. I'll be one of the victims. Whatever it is, the most of it is from, you know, it's like you got rich Muslims, they create the Ottoman Empire and are pretty liberal. You got poor oppressed Muslims being used as slave labor for British Petroleum. They become fundamentalist Muslims. Surprise, surprise. It happens everywhere. I mean, you know, Catholic priests in South America are the ones that had enough of this shit and went all fucking militant. There were Catholic priests, you know, liberation theology saying, yeah, you got to kill a motherfucker. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what happens. People have to turn to their most extreme, strong, no matter what views to fight oppression. You can't blame them. As individuals, you can't.
Yeah, I think it's a terrible thing that they would engage in that kind of violence, and essentially they believe they have nothing to lose, so they would do that. But I wonder, though, do you think that that kind of terrorism is something that will always be with us? It's never going to go away.
No, I think it is dependent on the kind of oppression and the fact that we're still in basically a global slave economy. Doesn't matter how well your slaves are paid, there's a lack of libertarian freedom, of liberty of human beings to do free choices, arbitrary free choices, and it's not at its maximum. The amount of money our society makes for itself is not being distributed in a way where you should not be able to do anything, but the amount of choices you have, no, you do not have the amount you ought to have for the amount of production per capita in this world. That is my belief. So I think that terrorism will go away when you stop fucking people over, because Hitler, sure, a Hitler can be born in any time, but he wouldn't have made a whole fucking movement if not for World War I and the way the Germans retreated after that. He just wouldn't have been able to get a movement. He would have been robbed of a movement. He would have been one crazy guy. Maybe a theater gets shot. Maybe he just goes to a mental home. Maybe he paints out. You know, you figure out some more minimal thing than having a world movement killing millions of people. So I think that's almost natural. And again, that's just kind of where I'm libertarian. I think to a certain degree, people aren't as shitty as we assume they are. And some shit does work out naturally. But the person has to be in the right condition. They can't be in a fucking cage and do that. But most people in a condition where, you know, they have some security and know there's a living to make tomorrow if they work for it, you know, a reasonable amount, they're not going to fuck people over or kill anybody or hate a whole race or try to exterminate a village. None of that's going to happen. It'll be 1 in a million, and you can deal with those. So I don't think terrorism is here forever. But I do think that they will try to keep it around because it's the perfect enemy in a globalized world. There's no other no hemisphere to hate even China, our enemy, we get all our stuff from there. So there's like, oh, how are you gonna demonize, and who are you gonna fearmonger over? So really, I think it's the power structure, Democrats as well, that need this boogeyman. They're gonna sustain it, and they already have. They are already pretending there's this terrorism thing that isn't really there. I mean, they pretend it's this world threat, and really, they're just talking about a few schizophrenics that might, shoot up a theater every once in a while. It's not 7 fucking billion people. Killing 150 people in a theater might be news, but come on, there's 7 billion people. That's not an existential threat.
Well, really. You heard what Trump is going to do. He's going to bomb the hell out of them. He's going to go over to ISIS. He's going to go over there against ISIS and bomb the hell out of them. That's what Trump's going to do.
Well, no, I mean, hey, I've long believed this. Once I've studied the world history, I realize, I think, okay, this could make me, I mean, I'm not a traitor, but whatever. My country doesn't really think this right now, but, maybe it does actually. But Iran, the reason the Middle East isn't stable is because we've weakened Iran. Iran is Persia. It's traditionally the world power over there. It is the one that keeps all those tribes in order. Plus, Shia Muslim doesn't believe in Sharia and all this extreme stuff. It's the fucking Sunnis that slaughter themselves. Well, no, I guess they both do the self-immolation, but whatever. It's sort of more definitely the Sunnis that have the extreme, we have to run the world view. So letting Iran go, Iran does not want to destabilize Middle East. Weirdly, Saudi Arabia does, because from the start of Saudi Arabia as a company, that's what they've learned how to master, is a chaotic state where they foment religious extremism against their allies and pretend they are also against their allies while they sell oil to their allies. They are invested in chaos. No. Iran, and actually, you know what? After the Iran fell to the Ayatollah, you ever read this? There was, and even during the Iran crisis, in the old days, before Iran fell, their equivalent of the CIA was working, of course, a lot with Israel and the U.S. And then after the Shah fell and the Ayatollah came in, well, they didn't fire all those guys in the military or the CIA, and they were actually still dealing together, and that's how come we were able to sell arms to Iranians. You see, we had connections in the intelligence agencies with the Iranians and the Israelis, and it's still the case today that the Iranians and the Israelis are actually, they want stability in the Middle East. And even if they have to go on TV and bitch at each other, that might become more and more real now as the old relationship fades. But the truth of the matter is that if you let the Middle East to Iran and Israel, they would balance each other out. Neither one of them wants to nuke their region and keep all of these other nutcases in control, and you would find Egypt also totally sane, totally an ancient civilization, totally does not want, to go to barbarism. They're ready to come to the modern world. Plus, all of these countries back before they got totally fucked by the British, they were wearing suits. They were, they were ready to westernize. They were like, yes, let us go into Europe. The world is Europe. And then they got fucked by the racism. So, I mean, I think it's just a matter of this normalization of relationship with Iran is perhaps all it will take. I totally have confidence in Iran. The only reason they have nuclear power or anything is because we built it there, just like Japan. So what's it's like, why are they getting nukes? Because we built.
When you said earlier about Saudi Arabia as a corporation, what did you mean by that?
Well, Saudi Arabia is, okay, it's totally kind of a scam, right? This House of Saud took over a whole huge region, named the country after themselves, and then lucked out and oil was found there when people thought there wasn't oil there. And then they started this Wahhabis, right? The extreme, and right now, have you been following this news about this report about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11 that Obama doesn't want to release?
No, what is that?
Everybody says that it's culpability that the Saudis funded, sponsored, were behind 9/11. Including, some people speculate, the whole angle of in order to get us into a war in the region. Yeah, there is a report, and they are trying to not release it, and I guarantee it says something bad about the Saudis, like the money trail. But it could be worse. It could be just like, Iran-Contra, where it's like, people were going, hey, we'll do this, and then they'll kick Saddam's butt because he's pissing us off. Anyway, even if that's not the case, that is the case. This is what's been going on with Saudi Arabia. It was a place for America to get in to an oil boom after the whole Iran one that the British got in the early 1900s. Okay, we managed to get into Saudi Arabia, whole country, and then this weird hegemony, and the fact that this House Assad is a bunch of assholes. There's just a bunch of bandits that happen to take control of things right before there was oil, which funded them keeping control. And then the way they've kept control is that family itself is plenty Western, friends with Bush, and we know all of that. And at the same time, they fund these Wahhabi schools that are anti-American Muslim, extreme Muslim, not the Muslim of the Ottoman Empire, not the Muslim of Indonesia, not the Muslim of Malaysia, but this perverted on purpose version of, by pretending that the royal family was in with the Wahhabis, they're pretending to be opposite of who they really are, which is what they really are is sellouts. They're the filthiest rich people on the earth. Their poor people are the poorest people on the earth. They're giving all of the missing wealth to America and Europe, and at the same time pretending to hate America and Europe. That's the problem in the Middle East, is Saudi Arabia. If we just shut them down, I don't think we'd have any problems. I think the Israelis and the Iranians would work stuff out, and the Iraqis, if they were still viable.
I thought that was interesting too, how Trump mentioned.
Go ahead, you guys work it out.
The oil fields in Saudi Arabia for the U.S. And Trump, remember in Trump's speech, he said that we'll make them pay more. So that's what it sounds like what's going on.
But I mean, what you said about Iran, it's such a positive news now with new agreement there.
Yeah, totally.
And the funny thing, the Iranian foreign minister, he's so happy about it,
Yeah. And the people, you see all these celebrations and the people, yeah.
And so they want to get rid of the sanctions. They are fine with having no nuclear weapons. Yeah. They just want sanctions to go away.
Yeah, no, I thought it was pretty obvious, because the other thing is, as I grew older and learned, meet people from various parts of the world and stuff, you find out the Iranians and the Persians in general, or what the Greeks thought of the Persians, is that they were soft, they like soft cloth and stuff, and it's like the Iranians, this is a culture that likes to drink sweet coffee and talk philosophy in the coffee shop all day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like French or something. They want to make a film, and so the whole idea that it's like, if anything, we can normalize relationships with them, because we've pissed off the North Koreans enough that it's like it's hard to figure out, even though that's also our fault as Americans, especially Europeans. It's hard to figure out how we'll repair that one. But the Iranians are more like, we've been watching your TV. We are, just fucking calm down, would you guys? Yeah. Or for that matter, are these negotiations, even though the Ayatollah is the supreme leader, he's not in the negotiations. That's Iranian character right there. They're like, we're very religious, but you know what? We believe in government and religion, and there's two different bodies, and there's ways to handle that. So it's like, these are not Yeah, so I agree. It's a really, as a matter of fact, it's like there's these problems with Obama, but if he's going to pull all these things right in his last year, it's like, okay, well, that's pretty good, Obama. I've been waiting for the normalization of that relationship for my whole life.
One thing I never understood is why does it appear.
If he managed this, he will be on the size with Nixon, I think.
Yeah, no, well, it doesn't. It looks like he's managed enough of a deal that it'll count like that. Yeah, no, definitely, yeah. And but better than Nixon because he's not going to have the whole negatives of Nixon. He'll just be normalizing relations.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I never understood why there's a big fear about Iran getting a nuke, but North Korea has one.
Yeah, North Korea was the bigger deal. Yeah.
And
I mean, I have my conspiracy reason, right? It's because it's in the Middle East, so they pump everything up in the Middle East just to keep us involved so that when they want to go in, secure some oil, they can do it. But the problem is they're a bunch of fuck-ups, and they can't even do that. So we go in and take over Iraq, can't even get cheap oil out of the deal. So it's like they're imperialists, and they fucking suck at it. You know, at least the old imperialists were good at it. They got some fucking opium out of India. They got some tea. They got the shit they were going to get. We just spend money getting it, and the only money we make is the money we spend trying to get it, and we get shit. It's like, so that to me means the game is over. Imperialism's over because they've lost the trick. I mean, why the fuck did not we get cheap oil out of Iraq? Because they're failed. Their empire game's over. The only way they're making money, why they still do it, is because Halliburton makes them money off of the taxpayers, not off of Iraq. They go and rape Iraq and don't even make any money at it. It's like imperialism, so stupid that it's just costing everybody, even the people that are imperialists, are losing money. It's even if you win the war, it doesn't matter. So the good news is that game must be over, but we're like in the shadow where we still have to live through it, them trying it while it fails the last few times. I mean, is there going to be another Iraq war? Are we going to have that? Is that even possible now? Who's going to go to another Iraq war now? We had Vietnam, then we thought we could pull Iraq, and it's like who's going to do that now?
Trump will.
Yeah, but Trump won't get the presidency. We have to worry more about a Scott Walker, I think, or someone. Trump isn't even trying.
You heard him. He said he's going to make America great again.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, but I just feel he's not really trying because at least half of his campaign is like what a Democrat would want a Republican to do so that the Republican could, throw, shit clumps at Rubio and the rest without it, without no backflow or blowback rather. So, I mean, he's just trying to be famous. The other thing is it's got to be that way because this is a guy, I think it was John Oliver showed this great clip. You don't have to go back more than 10 years to find clips of, him being pro-immigrant, him being pro-abortion and pro-choice, him being, just the total opposite. So it just is so opportunistic. I don't think he can win, but I think he's actually either on purpose or accidentally going to help the Democrats. I mean, come on. If I was worrying about some sort of semi-fascist overtake, I would think more someone like Scott Walker or even Mr. I can't remember my third point of my three-point program from Texas. Someone like that, I think, could win and then do some crazy bullshit.
So, Piero, who do you think will be the Republican nominee? I really hope it's not Bush.
I have no idea. I have no idea because Jeb. I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea at this point. I do believe it's the odds are it's going to be someone like Jeb or Scott Walker, fairly mainstream looking. Governor or something. But then again, is it going to be someone set up to lose? Is there someone out there to...
Well, who's going to beat Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, I don't like... I hope she isn't president, but, I would rather her than these Republicans so far. So that's maybe how they get me. I don't know. Well, you know, I'm all for. I've decided to go pro Bernie. I don't care winnable or not. I fought for people when I was younger that they weren't winnable, but I thought they were, so I fought. And right now, I don't care. And I also think maybe he is at this point in time, because if you really took what people believe in and how socialist he really is and isn't, because he's not like some pacifist, he'd invade countries. There's very, you know, he's really pretty centrist. If you take how people really believe, if people knew what he really thought, he could win. So fuck it. I'm pro Bernie. But probably it'll be someone else. I don't necessarily think it's. I was going to say I don't think it's necessarily Hillary. I think it's just like Hillary was presumed against Barack. So I think another woman, another, you know, Hispanic woman, or maybe even a white guy like Bernie, she's beatable. She has a choking potential. She's not like Bill. I saw Bill speak once, and Bill's kind of like, oh, I do love him. He's so, I love his words. And she doesn't speak like that. She's like, I liked her when I came. That's why I came. But she's an asshole. You know, so she has a chokeability where she is not at all. If anybody that dares run against her, and if it's nobody but Bernie and this other dude, then, you know, who knows? Bernie could even make it, because she has a real sense of making an ass of herself in the here and now. So.
Bernie's too old, but tell me, though, would you prefer Hillary Clinton over Trump?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Hillary's associates, separate from her own ability, which, yeah, I think she's smarter and a little bit like, that's a stupid idea, than Trump, who doesn't seem to have any ability to filter any idea that he has. So I think that she would rely on advisors and has a good network of fairly savvy, educated people about the economy. You know, their theories differ from mine, but in some cases they might even be better, since they really are well educated and stuff. So yeah, I think that's no contest. It's just that she's basically, to me, this wrong solution for the world, you know, and I don't see her even as liberal as Obama, who has still continued to torture people and shit and give money to the bankers, and she's even more banker friendly. So like the real problems where I'm trying to be conspiratorial and bitch about Rothschilds and whatnot, I mean, she's for sure less of a solution than that. And Trump actually would be better in terms of fucking those people over, but Trump would just create chaos. You got to have some competency. Better for someone to play by the game that's a little bit corrupt but works than these nut cases that have no fucking build it. I mean, seriously, he's going to build a Great Wall of China in the 21st century, where there's aircraft, where there's fucking aircraft. Where we're 10 years from people having drones that can carry people over a wall. He's going to build a wall. Good luck with that, mother idiot. That's not acceptable.
It's for the Mexican immigrants, though. It's not for drones.
No, but what I'm telling you is we're at the point where we're getting cheap batteries and energies. There's people, they have quad drones, right, that people fly, carry 5 pounds. Well, they're going to have, you know, 50 helicopter drones. They're going to cost you $400, and you'll hook yourself. It'll carry 200 pounds, and you'll hook yourself over. And this is going to be a commodity item in no fucking time.
Oh, yeah, Mexico. Mexico's going to do that? Yeah, right.
Everybody's going to do it. This technology is becoming cheap as hell. It's not hard to carry 200 pounds over a wall. They're already building tunnels under it. What is a fucking wall? This is the space era.
Well, they can't.
It's not hard to go over a wall. It isn't. It's fundamentally not hard to go over $1 trillion wall. It'll cost you not even $1 million. For $100,000, you'll be able to fly over the fucking wall with a water pack or something. It's stupid.
Well, apparently Mexicans can't afford that, so they're not going to buy a drone to fly over the wall.
Mexicans can't afford that. Well, Mexicans, I guess, they've managed to get across now. I guess they can afford whatever it takes. I don't believe, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe any libertarian should have any faith in at any borders at all. At a border, you can check for fruit and fucking tuberculosis. And oh, you don't have tuberculosis and you're not bringing oranges. Welcome, Juan. You are now in California. Go try to find a job or just vacation, whatever you want. That's the libertarian aspect, right?
I always do that. Whenever I go to the U.S., they take my my oranges and stuff. It's irritating, and I don't know why they do it.
Right, it's irritating. That should be the limit of what the border can do to you. Oh, I have to give up my oranges? Why do you want me to give up my erasers? Well, we found some explosive erasers last month. Oh, well, fuck you. Okay, I'm on my way now to San Diego. That's how it should be. They should be able to check if you've got the flu or tuberculosis or you have pet med flies in a cage. But, you know, it's just like a membrane. They should not be able to stop you. It's none of their business if you're on the way into that country. So, therefore, building a wall is stupid. But additionally, I think for the cost of a wall, the way technology and energy is going, it's just ridiculous. I mean, like, it keeps people out maybe to a certain degree to have all the border patrols and the walls that they already have, because they already have walls, disgusting walls right through the middle of Nogales and stuff. But, you know, you got to love these Mexicans that are like, well, I'll make a catapult, and they just catapult 250 pounds worth of drugs like a quarter mile. It's like it's the 21st century, man. Any guy that watches Mythbusters or Top Gear can make a catapult, throw 200 pounds of drugs, quarter mile, right into the outside El Paso, and then they go down there and they get the drugs out of the... You can't... A wall's such bullshit. You can't stop people. People versus a wall.
Well,
never. People win every time.
I guess Trump is responding to people in the southern states who are mad about immigrants coming over, and I guess you probably saw the couple interviews where he had that guy come up that his son was shot by an illegal immigrant, so that kind of stuff riles people up, right? So he's using him as a...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Look at his old clips. That's not how he feels. He's not riled by that. He's using it like a Hitler. Like, I know the people. The peasants hate this. And there are problems, and there can be problems, and there's even problems with people in Arizona that are in particular popular locations that they see it all the time, and to them it's a big panic, or maybe they actually had a problem from it. It's not that it's not a problem. It's more like, well, a big giant wall probably is not the solution. And I think it's not really that liberal of me to think the solution is, if you want to come in here, come to this place and we'll sign you in. You know what I mean? I mean, some criminals would come in, but it'd be easier for the criminal to slide in and sneak.
When we're talking about Heinlein before, do you have any other books or authors that you liked?
Oh, well, back in the day, I mean, I think all of the classic sci-fi authors have a good philosophical, which was modern for the time, but definitely not any kind of, I don't know, nothing like we're complaining about has gone too far, you know, very reasonable, kind of like Gene Roddenberry had this vibe, and it came from, you know, I think Asimov and Arthur C. Clarke. I mean, I like a lot of other science fiction authors, you know, like Philip K. Dick, but I don't think the attitude in his books really came into this. But there's sort of a liberal philosophy that is, it actually goes back to even, you know, H.G. Wells, who really was this kind of a socialist with a weird theory of what utopia would be like. So I like them, and you know, and other than that, philosophically, yeah, I was kind of, my mind was opened by Nietzsche, and then you know, again, like I say, I was born in the late 60s, 67, and grew up in the 70s, and you know, so there's this rebel, you know, my version of being a cool rebel kid, and what the rebel philosophy would be is like Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, and you know, and Jim Morrison. So there's something kind of regular about it, because I think there's a, you know, like I mentioned earlier, let your freak flag fly. Like that's a Jimmy thing. You know, he said that.
When you mentioned Arthur C. Clarke, are you talking like Space Odyssey, and then what about Asimov? Is it the Foundation series, or what specifically?
Yeah, no, those are two of the main ones, but everything, I mean, Asimov also had, I think it's called The Gods Themselves, and really all of his books, but the main ones I would say for him, the Foundation series really does say a lot, just by implication, about society and government and the scale of it all. And just in his ideas, and then Arthur C. Clarke in general, you know, Childhood's End, whatever, also Ray Bradbury, you know, things like the Martian Chronicles are so much about emotion and how people interact with weird stuff or technology. And so, yeah, with Arthur C. Clarke, I mean, I would say in general, but Childhood's End, I think, was really important, and it turns out a lot of the 60s kids, like, you know, whomever, like Ken Kesey, you know, they were influenced by Childhood's End, came out at the right time. And so, but also I like all of his work, and, you know, Rendezvous with Rama and everything Arthur C. Clarke did, I think, has been great. And
I've read Space Odyssey 2001, and I've read Childhood's End, and I've done a book review on YouTube on my channel for Space Odyssey, but I haven't done one yet for Childhood's End. And I don't know, I didn't get as much out of it as I thought I would. Like, you've got these alien species, and there was sort of like metaphor as they're the devil, and then there's something greater than them, and I don't know.
But they're not really the devil, right? It's future memory. The idea is that, see, in science, there's this idea that physics is reversible. Like, if you have a graph of a ball bouncing along, you can't tell, looking at it, which direction time is going, unless there's friction in things. But if it's you know, totally elastic, you can't tell. So he kind of did this thing, well, where the reason we think devils are evil is we're having a future memory of these people, and they're actually good creatures, but they do come to bring the end of mankind, so we have a bad memory about it, and the kids go off and become another kind of creature. On the other hand, I don't think it's his best book. I think Rendezvous with Rama was way better, for example. However, I think that was philosophically influential in our society. Like, you might find some historian discovering this or illustrating this, in the sense that a lot of the rock and roll, let's have a cultural revolution stuff from the Ken Keseys and that whole movement, there was something about that, and partly because it was like this thing that the baby boomers wanted to hear, which is like, the kids are all right, you know, and I hope I die before I am 30, because I'm going to fly into space and become a new kind of creature. And in a way, it's not a good book because of that. But in another sense, it did hit a chord, and I think it's influential. But I agree with you. There was some, I mean, I didn't necessarily, I do like that book, but I didn't think it was as classic on my own as I just think it happened to be a classic. I think it struck a chord at the time. You'd be surprised the number of people that read it and were influenced by it. And when they were being so proud of the youthful generation, there'd be more influence than you might suspect of that book having made people proud, that even though my dad knows more than me, I'm going to be more, I have more potential. It's all in the potential and this youth movement stuff. So, but I don't know. I couldn't defend it all day. I just an idea.
He put so much emphasis on how important children were and having children were to the human race, and when the children go kind of turn into freaks and then get sucked up into that, you know, the void or whatever that thing was, all the human race essentially massacres themselves, and it's just kind of terrible.
But that's the interesting thing, because what's he all on about, really? And you got to wonder if an older Arthur C. Clarke, you know, he wasn't actually consciously giving his tacit approval to all of the freaky things the kids were doing better than what I just saw in the previous part of the 20th century or whatever. You know, so that's another interesting thing if you just from a respect of Arthur C. Clarke, because he was an interesting dude, right? Moved to Sri Lanka, moved out of the whole world, and, you know, invented the idea of the geosynchronous satellite and all this stuff. And he was definitely, you know, not like just an ordinary guy. He definitely was a bit of a recluse to do what he did. And so you got to, I like to give a little bit of extra credit when you read an artist. But yeah, no, there's a lot of, yeah, it was not really a very happy book. I mean, even the humans that fly off, they're not humans anymore. So it's definitely about the destruction of the human race. So there's a cynical aspect of like, well, you know, you guys aren't that great. You're going to have to end. You should just be happy some of your kids are going to become a different kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's not real cold comfort. It's like, oh, really? Okay, great. You know, so... But as an author, you gotta love him too.
Space Odyssey 2001, I think, is a better book. I like the
Hey, you cut out there.
even before they had tools and weapons.
Right.
And then when I got into the modern age, it was okay. And then the last part, when the one guy is left right on the spaceship, and he goes to, I can't remember, he goes to Saturn, one of Saturn's moons, and then he goes into like another dimension or whatever. It gets really crazy and wacky, and I just thought that was kind of ridiculous.
Well, you know, my understanding is he wrote that book after the screenplay. So this is a case where he actually worked on the screenplay based on a short story he'd had, right? He had a short story about a monolith kind of thing found on the moon, left by an alien civilization, short story, really good short story. And then that was made into a movie. He helped write the script, and then he wrote that book after. So I think actually 2010, or was it 2011? No, it must have been 2010 was the sequel. They made a movie. That's one where he wrote the book knowing there was a movie coming ahead of time. That one's actually better in terms of tying it all together. On the other hand, I mean, I love everything he's ever written, and I just was like, okay, you want to write something a little weird? 2001 was like, Arthur C. Clarke must have done a little acid or something, yeah. But on the other hand, it's great. And then in 2010, he really wraps it all together about, well, what was I talking about with Hal? And just like his satellite intuition, he talks about computer memories and how advanced computers will think in an era where there were no computers like that. And I would say now, in the 21st century, that's what computers are like. Almost not artificially intelligent yet, but a lot of the worm memories and things he goes into. So, yeah, but 2001, that's a weird for a science fiction author to have a movie where the book isn't ghost written, but he wrote it, and after the movie, trying to make sense of the movie. So compared to the movie, it's probably sensible. People complain about the movie. What do you think of the movie? I thought the movie was great, but
I didn't see it. I didn't see the movie.
Oh, well, if you read the book, the movie makes more sense. So you might find out, oh, the book, as weird as it was, oh, I mean, now I understand the movie. So, yeah. So here's a weird one. It's not quite as well known. Also classics. I'm forgetting the name of the authors. It's the collaboration, but Moten God's Eye. It's, well, I'll look it up. I'm on the internet. Moten God's Eye. It's two guys that were independent, and they did Larry Niven and Jerry Purnell. Moten God's Eye. Oh, that's a great book, and their books are pretty good. One of them did Ringworld as well. But A Moten God's Eye, awesome sci-fi. Like it definitely had had an effect on me. You never heard of those guys? Larry Niven or Jerry Purnell? No?
Are those the two that wrote it?
Those are the two that wrote it, and they did things on their own too. Like I think one of them might have done Ringworld, which is also a big classic and classic sci-fi. Oh, it's a great book.
It reminds me of Discworld. I guess it's not Discworld, right? By Pratchett.
No. And then Yeah, ring world. It's like that though. It's like, you know, the idea of there's some name for a sphere that totally surrounds a sun, but this is a big ring all the way around a sun, you know, so that the ring is in the orbit and it just spins and it's this huge, but it's a ring. And to tell you the truth, I didn't really enjoy it that much. But another great sci-fi is it River World? Everybody wakes up. Yeah, Philip Jose Farmer, River World, where everybody that's ever been alive in history wakes up. It's made in let's see, what does this say? It was 71 or something. And yeah, and everybody that's ever lived wakes up at the same time on this really long river. And nobody knows why, like what. And then the main characters are like Samuel Clemens, you know, Mark Twain, and a bunch of other famous people, and there's like 5 of them. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah. These things, this era of science fiction, things written in the 70s, sometimes they're still coming out with them in the 80s, definitely influenced my worldview. Not that you believe any of them, but it's science fiction. You're not supposed to believe it. It's not like, I believe I'm in River World, but you take lessons from it, you know, like little ways people interact or politics. And going back to Heinlein, I mean, I pretty much believe in Heinlein's philosophy. You know, he's like, when the shit hits the fan, you see what people's character are. Some people will step up and get shit done. Some people will step up and get shit done, but be suckers for the people that are screwing things up. Some people will just screw things up. Some people will be able to take out the people that screw things up at their wildfire on their own. You got to watch out for them. Very practical. You know, like what happens in the human mind and what's politics all about. And all of these sci-fi guys had a great attitude about.
What about Dune? You read Dune?
Yeah, Dune is another great one. Yeah, though the philosophy in Dune is kind of like, it's like pessimistic, if you ask me. You know, whereas Heinlein was like, you could make it. You haven't read Dune? Oh, dude.
No, I haven't read it. It's funny. I actually used to play the computer game. It was like a strategy game.
Yeah.
So I know about the
I played it.
sandworms and all that. But I haven't read it.
Well, it's good. It's kind of like the Lord of the Rings in that it can be hard to read at some points. It's like, really, do you need to go on and on about this and the spice and the this and the spice and really, and it does this. But it's also like the Lord of the Rings in that it's this incredible world, in this political world, and it's based on the spice, of course. And the thing is, it's really depressing, I think. Even the whole thing of, you know, the guys wear suits where their own urine gets purified and they drink it. It's like there's nothing really to hope for. Like Heinlein will have that kind of a situation and somebody having a good life anyway and falling in love anyway. But that book, I don't remember anything really like, yay, this happens. It's more like, oh, really? Yes, antinatalism then. Nothing good in here. You know, but on the other hand, it's a great sci-fi. You got to read it. If you like sci-fi or classic sci-fi, you got to read Dune. But also,
I mean, the tune of it is also nice. I mean, this melancholical.
It's very melancholy.
Yeah, it's not. But talking about you, have you seen Jodorowsky? Do you know the Inkle from Jodorowsky?
Have you? Yeah. What is it again?
Right. The Inkle. Sorry?
No, yeah.
Jodorowsky, he is French. It's not very philosophical, deep, but it's a cartoon. It was made a cartoon by Mobius. He's, in my opinion, the greatest cartoonist ever, and it's like the Star Wars of cartoons. I mean, when I read it, it was just a new world opening. It was like the world wasn't the same after reading these cartoons. I mean,
well, that sounds cool. Tell me the name so that I can find it. How's it spelled?
Yeah, I have to. I miss one letter on my.
Inko.
Incal. It's a series as a cartoon, but I haven't. I'm not sure. I think he wrote it as a cartoon with Mobius. Is drawing it, but Jodorowsky, he wanted to make a movie out of Dune long before David Lynch, and he had the best people. I even think he had the Emperor should be played by Salvador Dali, and he had the team. Yeah. Of the Star Wars team, the technical Star Wars team.
Oh, that's so painful to hear that, because David Lynch was the wrong person. I think he just totally made the movie so wrong.
Yeah, but at least there's a documentary about him. It's about the movie that was never made, and but he had the people from Star Wars, but then he found out.
Jodorowsky's Dune.
Yeah, but that's this guy is really crazy. I mean, Jodorowsky, but it's a movie about a movie that never was, and he had the drawer is drawing the movie for him. But it's so sad when you hear his ideas and how he imagined the movie should be. And he said no to the Star. He worked with the Star Wars team, and then he meant no, they are not suitable for this. They are, and I mean, if you say no to the Star Wars, the special effect team there, you have some very special ideas.
I'm glad you mentioned him. I'm gonna have to. I've heard of the Rainbow Thief, so I see his filmography here, and he sounds interesting. And I've heard his name before too, but I don't think I've seen any of his movies. So this is cool. He's Chilean, huh? He's Chilean, actually.
Yeah, but the Dune wasn't a movie. It never went. It was never realized. He just have a big book about it and with drawings. So, but the Inca, if you can, I mean, you have to like cartoon, but
I do.
Yeah, if you can get hold of them, I mean, these are not so easy to.
So this is a comic he made, huh? Incal.
Yeah,
okay, I see Incal. That's what it was. Okay, you're talking about Incal, right? French Jodorowsky. Okay, I got it. Incal, illustrated by Mobius. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Jodoverse. Cool.
Try
I'm a big comic fan. Yeah, no, I keep up. I'm surprised. That's probably maybe why I've heard of him, but I haven't seen his stuff. So I see the Incal. Interesting. 81 through 88.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then
the great time of cartoons. I mean, that time it was much more art, than today. And they are really...
no, that's why I'm into comics, actually, because I was lucky enough to be in this golden age of the underground comic, or even the above ground comic was better than today. But let's see. I'm gonna have to take a break. I don't know if we want to call it quits, or if anybody else that's in here that hasn't spoken up would like to speak more. Hi, Blinded Sun. I've been looking there, and I'm gonna have to take a quick break, but we can go on. I have energy to go on if we want. Oh yeah, talk about macabre. I can buy this in Amazon. Okay, good. Thanks for the recommendation. I like getting new good stuff to read. Okay, I'm going to be back in a second, and I don't know if people are getting tired or not, but if you're not, then be here when I get back.
I don't know any one of you, I think.
You might not.
I've seen you before. I've been here a couple of times on Sundays.
Yeah.
So Andrew, I've seen you before. But, it's always the same title. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, usually in here is the British guy and the Nihilist, whatever his name is, the guy with the shaved head.
The Nihilist with a shaved. Oh yeah, Antekantavad.
Yeah, this anaconda guy, the snake guy.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah, I've also met him here. I have watched his YouTube videos for a long time, actually. Yeah.
It's the first time I came in. I've used to watch Piero's videos for a while when he used to talk to Mr. Cropper about Nietzsche. That was many years ago, but the first hangout I joined on here, I remember it was the British guy who was acting like Plato, and it was the anaconda guy acting like a sophist, and I think I was probably more Aristotelian, and I don't know what Piero is, but it's just kind of funny that those different people from different philosophical perspectives come and debate on here.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it gives you more wiggle room than in Manhattan groups.
I've also noticed that these hangouts are always commentated by in Mendham somehow, or often.
Hello? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, you mean the Gary, the guy with the crazy hair.
Yeah, the Nephilim.
Like, I know Piero said that those two go way back, Piero and the Emendham guy. But for some reason, the British guy and the Amend guy get into it a lot. I don't know why. And I remember the British guy even saying that the Amend guy doesn't argue properly. He doesn't rationally argue properly. But then, if that's true, why argue with him at all? Why talk to the guy at all? So I don't know why they go back and forth so much.
Yeah.
Because Gary has a big following. He's been on YouTube for a while. 2007 or something like that.
But why do people like him? Do they like him because he yells at the camera and tells people they're idiots and stuff? Is it a comedy thing? Because it's the few videos I've watched of Gary's, it seems like he's a serious guy and he's trying to lay down some good, I don't know, he's trying to set things right, but it seems like his following is mostly for comedic value.
People are just attracted to people who shout and give absolutist statements. That's why. Simplistic absolutist statements.
Don't say... No. It's... No. I thought about something. But... Have you... Grain, have you have a... earlier YouTube account?
Sorry, an earlier YouTube what?
Have you been on YouTube with another identity?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I've got my channel, the Greytex channel.
Okay, it was you, of course, yeah. I was a little bit.
I've been arguing with Emendham for years now. You know, I'm used to that.
Yeah, but that's great because I thought I remember you. I mean, it was something familiar. I've watched a lot of your YouTube videos. Yeah.
Yeah, I've changed my hair. You know, that's what I've done.
Yeah, but you look good.
Thank you.
You look much younger.
I know.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
So how are we all doing? How's your weekends been?
Does anyone know who Mr. Cropper is? Does anyone remember that guy?
He's an idiot.
Mr. Cropper's an idiot?
Yes. And are you one of his fans or something? Sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
He's a very strong Ayn Rand guy.
That's the thing. He's attracted to it because it gives a sense of strength, but actually it's a very weak-minded and weak-willed thing to do. And I guess, you know, Ayn Rand would be somebody who would be against people being her fan if she were serious with her so-called philosophy, but she's actually for people adoring her and admiring her. Or she was, but she's dead now. Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, I don't know. I maybe she'd say that you should admire the great things. I don't know if it's necessarily her, but
I know. I think I'm quite a strong-willed person, and that's the kind of person who, like, Ayn Rand would say, good on you for doing what you do, but on the other hand, I totally despise her philosophy and outlook on life. And it's a strong-willed thing to say that, you know. We're not animals, we're civilized human beings, and we shouldn't be eating and devouring each other. But that's what she's for. She's against this tiered class of humans, and it's disgusting.
She's against what? Sorry, what did you say? A tiered class?
A tier, like a tier system. You've got your elite people who achieve things, and the underlings, like us labourers, who go and work and everything like that. And we're the parasites, of course. Us lower downs are the parasites. And it's just a disgusting elitist outlook on existence, and it belongs in the Dark Ages. I'm sorry to say that.
Yes, you must hate then her book Atlas Shrugged, which was, of course, the heroes were the business people, and I guess from what I got out of the book, her message was that we better be pretty damn careful as a society that if we demonize the people who are running companies and providing jobs, that they might just walk and they might go on strike instead of laborers going on strike. They might go on strike, and then we'd be all in trouble. That's what I got out of the book, anyways.
Well, what I get out of life is my manager's been off sick for 3 weeks now, and we're all doing our jobs. We're actually doing a better job than when she's around, and we will continue doing so until she comes back. And then we will continue doing our jobs, and we will continue producing and doing labour. And we don't need people running things or providing jobs. They own the keys and the deeds to the buildings. They have very little input in any of the rest of it, okay? And so you have a very odd perception of how businesses actually work. They work through people working for them. An employer is not somebody giving charity to a person by giving them a job. Labour make the money for the business owner. That's what the reality is. If people weren't working, there'd be no business.
I think you may be right for businesses that run today, but I think that the entrepreneurs who make new businesses, those people have great ideas. I guess the successful ones, they have great ideas. But the companies that are still running from the ideas of people who are probably dead now, then I think you may be right. But not in the respect of entrepreneurs who have to make up new companies and new ideas.
But there's a billion great ideas out there. It's just that they're not all embraced or not all developed. And capital, we are in a supply-side economy. It's driven by supply, not by demand, and that's why it's so broken. People decide that we want an iPhone, and we're all going to buy one, rather than what we actually want. And what we get is driven by supply instead of driven by demand, unfortunately. And companies have always been like this. Have all decided what we should wear, what we should buy, what toys we should have, or even if we should have toys. It's all driven by these people, and quite frankly, the world would still rotate without them in it. Yeah, Atlas Shrugged, was that the one with the architect? I think so. It was just rampant egotism.
No,
it was terrible.
The Fountainhead. The Fountainhead has your...
The Fountainhead. That was disgusting. I stopped reading about 3 chapters into it because it was just purely some rampant egotist thinking that the entire universe revolved around him, and it was written that way. It was disgusting.
Yeah, we were when I guess Piero's back now. When before Piero left, we were talking about science fiction, really good science fiction novels, and yeah, I was trying to think of some more that I've read that I wanted to talk about.
The Dune series.
What? Sorry, what was that? What
Dune?
series?
Dune, Frank
Dune.
Herbert. Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about Dune. Yeah, I haven't read it, which is shameful, I guess, because it seems like everyone else has. But
yeah, you should be ashamed. But go ahead.
Yeah.
That's okay. No, yeah.
What about
else?
some fantasy? What about some fantasy? What about Wheel of
I'm
Time?
really bad at fantasy.
Popular.
I'll tell you who I'd love to have read fantasy-wise is Ursula K. Le Guin, because she's one with some really classical science fiction novels, and she's the woman who was on Stanislav Lem's side in the whole battle that he had with the American science fiction writers union, where he was an honorary member, but he said, yeah, but you guys are all bullshit because you write speculative fiction, but you have shit all literature. It's supposed to be speculative forms of literature. And then Ursula K. Le Guin defended him, but she wrote The Lathe of Heaven and The Dispossessed and some really truly the best science fiction ever, and she's written a bunch of fantasy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Ursula K. Le Guin's fantasy, but she had a real popular fantasy series. I forget the name at the moment, and I've never read because it's just not my genre. Fantasy just, I mean, if it's really good, but it's the same thing with sci-fi. There's so much crap sci-fi, and I like it when it's really good. But so I really should read her.
What about Wheel of Time? Has anyone read Wheel of Time?
Who's that? What?
It's a humongous fantasy series.
It's not sexist. She's both. I did not. It was not sexist. It's not sexist. I love it, Ursula K. Le Guin. My wife says I'm sexist for saying she was a fantasy writer, which is sexist in itself, if you think about it. Yeah, she was a science fiction writer. Well, a bunch of guys in my room disagree with you. You must be.
They let women write nowadays? Oh my God.
I know. That's right. Some of the people in here didn't even know women were allowed to write.
They'd have to go to school and learn how to read and write, wouldn't they? Oh my God, this is terrible.
That's sexist.
Women
can't be expected to go through those kind of hoops. Just scroll down
Has
a few
anyone read Wheel of
notes.
Time?
No, which one's that? Who's that?
Wheel of Time is a huge fantasy series. It's probably got 20 books. I don't know. It's really long. Or what about
No, I have hardly read any fantasy. I've read Game of Thrones. Does that count?
Yep.
Is that good? Is that worth reading?
It was good, yeah. I have to admit, I read it after I started watching the series, but it was good. It's better than the series. Wheel of Time, Dragon Mount. That sounds familiar, Dragon Mount. I'm clicking on something here. Go ahead. Oh, Robert Jordan. No, I now never read this one. So are you saying this one's good? Wheel of Time?
No, I haven't read it. I haven't read it, but I know it's popular. I know a lot of fantasy people like Wheel of Time.
I have a Swedish friend who's read all the Robert Jordan books and loved them, and then he started reading Game of Thrones, and he just threw out all his Robert Jordan books after that. He just got rid of them.
The great thing about Game of Thrones is you know what it is? It's like an enjoyable version spread out of Machiavelli's The Prince. It's like a long book about, hey everybody, here's how politics really works. It's really fucked up. And it's like, it's really so spot on. But see, I don't think Martin is a great writer per se. What I think is he's a diligent writer, and he's gotten better and better over the years, and he was finally able to construct a great work of art through studying all of the artifacts and little tricks of the trade, and then he put them all together in this one book, and it worked. And it's going to keep working because he did figure it out. He figured out what story, how he wanted to tell a story. But as a result, because he knows a lot of emotionally manipulative things, like, oh, adopted child isn't loved by the mother. You know, he just knows a million little things that'll affect you emotionally. Like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Oh, well, and that's a thing. Oh, those things conflict. Oh, who's going to win this thing? And it's he makes a fascinating. It's really great, yeah. And the TV show is pretty good too. He's done a weird thing where he's let the TV show is now spoiling for the books, because the TV show is like outraced the books to where it is, and so they've just decided fuck it. He's starting to put things in the HBO television show that aren't even in the books yet. So that'll be interesting.
Has someone heard the audio book of Game of Thrones?
I haven't.
It's the best audio book I've ever heard. I mean, I haven't heard so many of them, but this guy, he must be English, I guess. He is just a genius. I mean, he has like 10 different voices, and you can listen to it on YouTube. And it's just a delight. I mean, I first watched the series on television. I never read the book, and then I found the rest of the books on YouTube, and I started to listen to this, and I couldn't get away from it. It was after that. Yeah. No, it's a voice. It's just incredible.
I'm looking it up on Amazon, and it says it's narrated by Roy Dotrice, and it's like, yeah, the reviews are really great. People are like, no, I don't know who that is, but the reviews are like, this guy's great.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, you know, the different voices he makes for everyone, from the women's to the children to the the retardeds and so on. It's just yeah.
He's got a retarded voice. Wow.
Yeah, he has this. What is the yeah, Fodor, yeah, and he has that's his best voice actually, almost. So
I've met Hodor in real life. He's a DJ. He was a DJ before he was an actor. I've met him.
Oh, really? He's my favorite character. I'm so sad he got killed off in the TV series.
Killed off? I think he's still alive.
Well, they killed him. I thought he got killed off. Well, they haven't really gone into the brand thing, so who knows what's really going to happen. But I think they left it that Hodor got killed, I thought.
I mean, it's
the little Jojen boy that got killed. The little kid. The green seer.
So Jojen, you're saying you know the actual guy that acts as Hodor?
Yeah. Well, I've met him.
That's awesome. He was you met him. That's great. Oh my god. That's such a great one.
So with it, he's so, switched on.
He's possibly one of the only actual good people in the whole story, really. Too stupid to play the Game of Thrones. Too good to.
You know what I loved about Song of Ice and Fire? What got me was there was no good versus evil in it. It wasn't formulaic. It was chaos. No. Good people do well, bad people do well, and vice versa, they do badly as well. It's just chaos, and I love it.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean about it being kind of a novel version of, The Prince, Machiavelli. It's like this is it's the Game of Thrones. People do all kinds of things. Plus, George Martin is able to take characters that would normally be just demonic through a whole work and kind of redeem them. Jamie Lannister or anybody. It's like he knows how it works. He's like, look, I could take this guy, did something objectively bad. I can put him through a situation or tell you where he came from, the situation that got him into doing bad things, and catch your sympathy again. And that's pretty powerful. I mean, he really understands characters to the point where they can be terrible and then redeemed. You know, I mean, almost everybody in his books has some aspect of that, but then he leaves a few that are just purely evil, like Jeffrey, and Jeffrey's mother is, I mean, she doesn't really have any redemption. But like Jaime Lannister, this motherfucker pushed a 10-year-old boy off a tower, and yet, and by book 5, you're like feeling sympathetic for him, like, oh, I see where he came from. It's fucking his sister's fault.
Yeah, she's manipulated him all of his life.
Yeah.
And finally in the books he gets over her. And he's in King's Landing when she gets shamed. And he's watching it all happen, you know, but it's not in the TV series like that.
Yeah, no, that was weird, yeah.
But I think George is setting, what's her face up? The sister, Cersei, up for redemption as well, but the TV show isn't showing it that way. She got shamed.
Well,
and then...
The books either. The books, she is definitely one of the characters where, well, that's not totally true, because her redemption, her potential for redemption is that she really cares about her family. She loves her children. She loves her dad. She wished he would have loved her. She loves her brother. She wished, you know, but she expects this kind of absolute, whatever I say sort of approval that makes her self-destructive. But the fact that she loves her children is, you know, it's something I think George Martin could certainly somehow use that to redeem her. But
she lost her mother at a very young age, you know, and she blames it all on Tyrion. And she had no positive female role model in her life, and the only other character in her life was Tywin, who was just this cold man, you know, that she always seeked approval from. Yeah. And obviously, she's mental. You know, she should be going to a therapist.
Right. So that's an out too. Is that she obviously has the things that have pushed her over the edge. So if Martin wanted to write her as figuring something out, but like she went to this abysmal situation with the priests, right? And she didn't figure anything out except for that I'm going to have to give in. You know, an interesting thing on this is the other way. Tyrion is always pretty sympathetic. He's another one that's sympathetic, but he has his vices, so you wouldn't say he's a perfect character, but pretty much character, like in his personal character, like being a good person, he has had a pretty, like one of the most solid characters. When he killed his father, and that wasn't enough, he killed Shay. That's Martin going the other direction, because I thought, really, you're going to kill Shay? She's just a prostitute. Wouldn't you let her go? You're going to kill your dad? Okay, maybe you're, you know, it was kind of like the other way of like, look, you think this guy is solid. I'm going to show you how he loses his shit and he'll do shit you can't approve of. Because, I mean, killing his father, you could be like, in the Game of Thrones, you could be like, yeah, right on. But then killing Shay, I just thought, well, at the best, at the worst, she was a victim of all of this. And when you became powerless, she had to hook onto some other power, and you choked her with the. It was not a Tyrion Tyrion kind of thing.
In the book sense,
it was. Character.
I don't think they went too well into it in the show, but in the book, just before he kills his dad, he is about to escape and he's about to leave, and then Jaime tells him, oh, by the way, confession time, your first wife was actually genuinely your first wife. Yeah. And the father told me to tell you it was a whore that I paid.
Yeah.
And then Tyrion says, right, I've got to go and kill my dad.
Right.
And Shay was just there anyway, you know, and he was so angry, he was so emotionally involved in it all, that he just, I guess,
no,
went
but that's
for
the
Shay
George Martin thing. No, he explained the situation exactly. It was totally natural. I'm just saying that it led to a twist in his character. He was in this situation, and to actually kill Shay, he'd already seen her testify him against, you know, at the trial. He'd had the betrayal, but then actually with her father, you know, with his father while he was going to kill his father, or not necessarily kill his father. He was just going to talk to his father. And his father said whore one time too many. And so you can totally cheer for him. But I do think it's Martin showing, you know, the other side of the coin. It's like, well, I can take the good characters and show you how they're, you know, they're fucked up too. So you wonder, though, in the end, is what's going to happen? Is it just going to be, how does he tie this together where good, you know, who's going to be good to win in the end? And now Jon Snow's dead. At the best, he's brought back to life or something. And so how's he a good character? And it's,
you know,
it's fascinating.
When I read that in the book, I thought he was dead. I thought he was away in the body of an eagle or something.
Yeah.
I was thinking, they can't kill him off. And I've been struggling with it for years, like, oh my god, they've killed off Jon Snow, what a bastard. And then in the TV show, they show the Red Priestess marching, galloping back at the camp, and I'm like, oh my, why didn't I see that coming?
Right. Yeah. So it seems like, exactly, doesn't it seem like, based on the books and the show, she's going to bring him back to life because she's got a big boner for him anyway, whatever the reason is, legitimate or otherwise. So, and they know how to do that, and they brought back that other guy. In the book, they make a much bigger point of how the Red, I forget who that other bandit is, but how he's been brought to life. They make such a big point if that's possible that with the TV show, it looks like, because how could they kill Jon Snow? I mean, if they do kill Jon Snow, 1,000 fans, it's like the Force, 1,000 voice goes silent, because, I mean, at least 60% of the fan theories are about, you know, Jon Snow is the son of those guys, or is the Rhaegar, Yeah, and I myself have bought some of it. I mean, he seems to have a significance that he can't just die. You never know, and John Morton keeps you guessing.
I think Nathan made a great point when he was talking about it, was that they've left this massive plot hole, this massive thread of who is Jon Snow's mother. And it was such a big deal. And to just kill him, well, what's the point in that plot hole, that thread?
What would matter if you found out? Yeah. Why would it matter if you found out would be the problem, right? Because, I mean, I thought it was pretty likely that mother is Ned's sister, Leah, or whatever, isn't her name? I mean, who else could it be? And if it is someone else, it has to be like a major play on the fact that obviously it must be her. You know what I mean? Like a double trick. Because if you look at the story, I mean, you start out, this is one of the neat things about the books. You start out, there's the Mad King. He has a son. He's kidnapped and raped to death a woman. Then you find out in the books, no, he was a charming guy. He was nothing like the Mad Thing. He didn't even like fighting. He was a great fighter, but he liked playing music. And he was a sweetheart and charmed the shit off of everybody. And he gave a flower to Leah instead of his own wife from the Dorne. And he starts to be like this great guy, and the whole kingdom under this Mad King was like, yeah, but at least when that motherfucker's gone, we're going to have a good king. And they're looking forward to it. And then the revolution comes along and kicks him out, and that king that comes in is not really he's not a very good person. He's not better than Rhaegar would have been. So how could it not be that Jon is not really a bastard, but is actually a Targaryen and Stark, and then they kill him? But this is why George Martin, he's got old, and he's a total master. He's a crafty old bastard at his craft. Like, he's not necessarily a genius. He's just figured out, like on a pad of paper, how susceptible we are to suggestion, and then he's given us all the right suggestions to like fuck us over in the end with something like a Red Wedding where all our favorite characters die or whatever.
Exactly,
The bastard. Oh, I love and hate that guy.
No, he travelled all around the UK and maybe parts of Western Europe as well, indulging in all the history of the country. And most of the stuff in the books, the events at least, are, you know, actually happened. Like there was a black wedding in Scotland.
Right.
Where they invited guests over and then killed them all.
Right.
That's where you got the Red Wedding from. And people have pointed out other ones to me as well. But that's what he did. He went all over the UK, travelled all over the place, getting all these histories of medieval histories. And he thought, they're amazing stories. What a brutal world it was.
Right.
He's going to put them into book form now.
Well, you could tell he spent years kind of like that. Like we have that SCA or whatever, the Society of Creative Anachronisms, that does these kind of festivals and medieval stuff. And you could tell he loves that, like a geek that goes to that. Because, I mean, half the fucking book is mead, this, and, mutton, that, in various dishes, And good for him, because that adds to realism. But really, if you read per word, there's a lot of that. You can tell that he has brought all of that in, and he's really made himself a great craftsman, I think, through trying and paying attention to what he did. I'd like to read some of his earlier books eventually and see, but my guess is that they'll be more trivial, like a guy like my grandfather was a painter. He was also a lumber guy. But he learned to paint when he was young, and then he kept doing that, and when he retired, he was selling paintings for a lot. But he was also kind of wrote, hey, you want to grow grass, you want to paint grass, you buy this brush, and you do this with your hand, and whereas my mom went to an art school, and she's like, well, that's bullshit. If you do that and you're not flowing from inside, you're a fucking hack. And so George Martin is kind of, to me, both of those. He learned all the brushes that cause a certain reaction, but he also got the artistic idea of how he wanted to make people feel. And this book is like the culmination of that. And it's just so manipulative. In a way, he just manipulates you with so many shallow things, like, oh, you're a bastard. Oh, you're too fancy. Oh, you're the tomboy. Oh, just one after the other. Every single thing that makes people hung up about their own life, he puts a million of them in there and seems to understand them. And yeah, and if you watch his interviews too, he's just great to listen to. I mean, he's like a great old wise guy that understands us stupid monkeys. That's the thing
about him. That's how you know it's not going to die. The underdogs never die. The dwarf doesn't die. The orphaned little girl doesn't die. The bastard son doesn't die.
Yeah.
The rejected and sold off into a marriage at 12 years old girl doesn't die.
Interesting, yeah.
She's the queen of dragons and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the underdogs will just not die.
So, but is that how it's going to turn out then? I mean, the obvious thing right now for an action flick is Daenerys is having her troubles, but obviously she's riding that fucking dragon. We already know it only takes 2 or 3 dragons to kick the fucking ass of everybody in Westeros. And that's still true. There's no reason that wouldn't be true. So is that what's going to happen? Or is when she gets on the top, she'll be eligible for knocking off? Exactly.
I honestly don't know. I get the feeling that Tyrion might actually be a Targaryen as well, because Rhaegar slept with Tywin's wife, and that's why he keeps on saying, "You're not my son." He's got one black eye or something, hasn't he? In the book, he's got double-toned eyes.
Oh, I never thought of that. I read the fucking theory wiki too. Oh yes, you're right. But
3 dragons.
You haven't spoiled it to anybody else, but you read the books.
Tyrion.
What about the fact that the little brother was not killed? Do you believe that's really him, or is it an imposter? I think it's got to be him. You can't throw him in at the last and it be an imposter.
Which one was that?
No, her little brother that was supposedly dashed against the rocks.
Oh.
In the books, it turns out right at the end, he's hooked up with some of them, the Westeros guys that are the mercenaries over in the Wildlands or whatever.
Griff or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's her little brother. He actually, if he's real, would have more of a claim to the throne than Daenerys, and they've just introduced him towards the end of the books, like halfway through, and then they didn't talk about it. And he's been raised that way.
He's not in the show.
Not in the show. That's what's funny. They went ahead of the books in some things and decided not to mention him this season, which I thought maybe he would come in the last episode. It would make sense to put him in this season. I don't know. That's interesting. They changed so much stuff this season, though, I think it was also George Martin. See, because George Martin's the kind of guy that goes to Comic-Con or sci-fi cons or whatever and talks to his. I think he was like, fuck you guys that have read my book and think you know what's happening. I haven't finished the books either. I'll just change everything and then see what you. And now he's playing this like weird game where he's writing 2 different stories at once about the same thing with the same characters. And it's like, if you could keep track of it, good for you. Yeah, it's really good. I just figure I hope he doesn't die before he finishes it. Please
oh God,
it.
yeah.
Come on,
he's going to eat too many peas puddings and lamprey pies and keel over.
Exactly, with the mutton. Yeah, it's a great book though. I have to admit though, when I read the book, the TV show, like, it dulled a little. I love everybody in it. I think the guy that plays Tyrion is great, and I'm looking forward to him in this 80s game movie, Pixels or whatever. Seen him coming? Have you seen the ads for this? It's a game about the aliens that saw our 1980s TV shows, and so to attack us, we get attacked by video games from the 1980s, and Tyrion plays they pull up a bunch of people that were really good at those video games back in the day, and the guy that plays Tyrion is the guy that's really good at Donkey Kong. Yeah. No, but he's also been in some other movies. He was in a Sundance film. He's a really great actor. Man.
I remember seeing him in a movie where he was like a dejected person who went off into the country and lived in a train station.
Yeah.
That's quite beautiful.
Sundance, I think. Yeah, it was a great film. Yeah, exactly. He's really good. I think it's really cool, actually, if we get to an era where when you have a really good actor like that, or like that kid from, if you ever saw Breaking Bad, the son is a good actor, and he really has like cerebral palsy or whatever he was playing. I'm totally for make scripts around those people. I tell you, there's millions of scripts out there, and some of them call for a guy with cerebral palsy that can also act. So this would be the time you just find one of those. And because if a guy is a midget, maybe it's hard for him to play a tall guy, but he's an artist, and you should just you should actually go out of your way to utilize the fact that he's such a good actor. And that guy, I keep wanting not to call him Tyrion. I know his name, but
Peter Dinklage.
Peter Dinklage, right? He's a really fucking great actor. They should go out of their way to make sure they get that guy on as much screen as they can before he grows old and die, because he's a good actor, right? If you need a special script, fucking find it.
It's like every single black actor has played in Othello. It's one of these things where there's not enough parts for people.
Yeah.
Or like one of these they've made too many comic book movies, but I think they're changing one of the characters to be a black guy, and people are up in arms about it, and it's like, why? It doesn't matter what their skin color is.
Well, I saw this press release I watched of Marvel. The next 4 years, they're gonna make one. I had forgotten about this guy called the Black Panther, and he was originally black. So that's not what you're talking about, like turn him into black. But they're gonna do the Black Panther, and that should be fucking interesting to see that, especially if with Marvel they make it this dark style. But I don't know, Marvel's making the lighter ones now, I guess, and DC's trying to make dark ones. But, the Black Panther, I'd forgotten about that. But it was an actual comic book made by Stan Lee. And it's just kind of what you'd expect, though. I mean, it's a guy who happens to be black. So
a female Thor as well, which is outraging people.
Oh, a female Thor, yeah, especially in the Nordic people. What? You're destroying our... we were fine with Thor, but...
No, they're not sexist anyway. Do you watch Vikings? Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah, I've watched a few of them. I got to keep watching them. It was pretty good.
There's a really strong female character in that, the Queen. Really great character. She should play the female Thor, I think. Scandinavian.
Yeah, I forgot. I stopped watching those. Yeah, I binge watched a couple, and I think I've watched 6 or 8. they were over to England and starting to kick English ass by the time I.
Yeah.
That.
It's getting a bit lame now. You know, it's lame now, but I think the first 2 seasons were amazing.
See, that's part of my theory that what's happened in the world is like one society will become really big assholes and just totally rape and pillage other people, and then it'll all blow up. It'll blow up like a flan. It deflates, and then they're like, you know, we shouldn't do that. And so that was like the Nordic people actually first one. Then Britain, oh, and then you know what, we shouldn't be. But then we do have banks, so let's try it. The Germans, like, oh, be fascist, and then, okay, let's make fascism illegal. How about that instead? It's like, actually, because the Swedish are the most forward-thinking. If you watch like graphs of who's working against life expectancy and quality of living, it's always these same people that were Vikings that only worshiped people that had killed other people and had war injuries, and then they become the most, like, you have to go through being a fascist before you can really pass it and become non-fascist anymore.
Well, there's one theory, if it's all genetic, that they sent off all the warriors to die anyway, so they've not got any of that really fighting gene left in them or something. But
well, that's an interesting point, yeah.
I think culturally, though, every culture gets to the point where they're like, no, we're just being arseholes now, we've got to stop doing it. And they've done it. France has done it. All the old imperialist countries have gotten over it. Britain's still there a little bit. America's next. That's going to happen.
Well, everybody's gotten over. I would say America has not gotten over it. All the European countries got over it, but they still do it out back in the backyard when nobody's looking at night. Like I quit smoking, and Grandpa still actually catches the smoke out back. So it's a little bit iffy, you know. But I mean, there is definitely, like, America has not gotten over it in that we haven't actually admitted that it stung us in the ass. Everybody else, I mean, America, my take is, America got into the game like in the Opium Wars. America got into it when Britain was like, this is what we want to do, but it's really expensive, and politically back home, we can't sell this shit. Nobody's buying that the Chinese aren't sophisticated. They think we're the fucking barbarians, and they're right. And, you know, but, hey, little bro that revolted against us, the America, hey, little guy, you look, China, lots of stuff. You wanna, we can't let our sailors sell opium there, but what we can do is we can attack them for being such assholes on some grounds, and then you sell them opium, and then we went for it. And so we like got in late after supposedly all the European countries had learned better. And so what happened is we've never learned better. The European countries have learned better but never had to actually quit. They had proxies and stuff. And that's basically where we are now. I mean, we're not over it quite.
Yeah, like Iran. Take what we've done to Iran over the last 60 years. UK and Britain.
Ridiculous,
you know,
yeah.
Kermit and Churchill overthrew a secular government in the exact part of the world where it needed a friggin' secular government, overthrew it, put in a dictator who brutalized people, until broke down all forms of institution and organization that could possibly revolt against them, apart from the church. But
that was over 60 years ago. Who could possibly remember that far ago?
I know, but look what we're doing to them now. We're like sanctioning them, saying, "Oh, you can't have any form of defense in case we want to fuck you over in the future again." You know, that's exactly what's happening with these sanctions. We don't want them to have nukes, not because we're afraid of them using them or going into the hands of terrorists, but just because we don't want anybody who we might want to fuck over in the future to be able to defend themselves.
Well, I personally think that for stability in the Middle East, if you look at the history of the Middle East and the contemporary situation, is like Iran has to have power. They do not want chaos. Saudi Arabia does. Other people might not know what they want. Iran does not. It's Persia. They're actually traditionally the only people that ever brought stability to that whole region. And with Israel there, the fact is they also have a history, because of the Shah era and stuff, of working together. Both of those might be antipodes, but they would stabilize the Middle East. Neither one of those people want to have to, like, turn off the economics of the Middle East or have a nuclear, radiation zone. I think it's pretty reliable that if we get them back, and actually it's funny because that's one of the really main tension points of the world, because if you think of the other tensions, most of them are either very local still, or like with China, where we say we have tension, but we're trading so much. If you look at world history, what's more important is the trading relationships. What the politicians say is not as important as the trading relationship. Now, if there's no trading relationship and the politicians are saying shit about each other, then you can have a war. But if there's a trading relationship and the politicians are saying shit about each other, they're just trying to get elected and there's no war. So I think really it's the Middle East. If that could just get stabilized by the local people, specifically Iran, helping to stabilize it, then where do you go for problems? I guess there's the Gulf,
Somalia, Yemen, that kind of thing.
Well, the Gulf, yeah, Somalia and all those along the Gulf of whatever we call it, the Gulf. What is it really? The Gulf of Arabia? It's not that, is it? With the canal. What?
Persian Gulf, Suez Canal.
The Persian Gulf, right, Suez Canal. So that area, especially down past it, all along the coast of Africa, that's a big piracy area. So maybe you'd have a thing like that, but that's not going to cause a world war to break out. But, maybe there's some problems there.
Nigeria on the west coast as well. Nigeria's got lots of oil. It's got Boko Haram in it. It's got this Christian militant government now. Who are going to stand up to Boko Haram, who are terrorizing all the Muslims in Nigeria.
Right, I guess
because they're only doing it in Muslim parts of the country, And, they're going to stand up to them, so that might be the next conflagration that takes over, because they've got all these resources as well.
There might be some, in Africa. Yeah. Plus, there's resources that as they start to get exploited in Africa would be maybe, but my point was kind of like, it might seem like there's an infinite number of problems, and in principle there is, but in another sense you never make a list of problems that's infinite long. And really, if we're getting through the list of problems we could enumerate, like when I was a kid, the South America was screwed up, and now basically it's got various kinds of governments that people want to have, and they're working things out. It's not perfect. It's not like, but it's not like Africa still is. And Asia also, similar thing. I mean, they're basically, even, you could say whatever you want about communist China and what they did Tiananmen Square, but it's a lot more open, and they're working on prosperity. It's not like anybody. Where are the real conflicts? We've had some terrible things in Africa. Obviously, the Middle East is ridiculously fucked up. And a lot of things are getting better. And it's like, it looks more and more to me like, hey, there is a finite list. Now, sure, when you finish, you might make another list. But that next list is going to be, hey, not everybody has a peanut butter jelly sandwich. It's going to be better things than some people can't go to school because they're machine gunned on the way. So I think the Middle East is the really hard one, but empowering Iran, I think, is sort of a secret key. I think Iran can then be relied on to figure out what the next step is. And if Iran gets less abusive in its rhetoric, we already have in Israel about 50% of the people are liberal and would be voting in the Israeli version of Al Gore, except for every once in a while they get bombed, and so they get freaked out, and then you got a Netanyahu again. So as soon as we open up to Iran, they become just soft enough to get 4% of liberalism, and I think you'll find an Iran and an Israel government that are like, yeah, let's stop all this bullshit, and yeah, by the way, well, let's use some machine guns together to stop ISIS or whatever, if they're really, you know, not stoppable except with violence. They'll work together to do it. So,
I mean, that's what's surprising to me is that Israel doesn't talk about ISIS at all. They talk about Iran. You know, they might talk about Syria, but they're not doing anything about ISIS. ISIS is probably even more anti-Israel than any other country. These stable countries that wouldn't want to go to war with Israel. But what gets me is like all these right-wing arseholes in Israel saying, oh, Iran's a threat, Iran's a threat. And Ahmadinejad in Iran, he's also a right-winger pushing all the, you know, stoking the fire. And they're only doing it for their own power. You know, they're not doing it because they really perceive the other country as a threat. They're raising the spectre of the boogeyman and saying we have to do something about this. Since Ahmadinejad's gone, there's been no wiping them off the face of the map rhetoric or anything like that coming out of Iran. They have a more liberal leader now. So, you know, none of the fire's being stoked on that side. It's being stoked on the other side still because that's what he needs to do to get the vote in Israel. And he gets the vote, unfortunately. And it's the way right-wing arseholes work all over the world.
Well, but... Yeah, no, it does, but it sounds like an opportunity too to the liberal, the Likud side of this thing, because they can actually be the more actively military party for people that want something to be done, because they can actually speak about fighting ISIS when the problem with fighting ISIS is it means being allied with Iran. Right? It means whether you work with them directly or not, it means, oh, the enemy of my enemy kind of alliance, whether you want it or not. And so the conservatives are in a corner where it's hard to admit that, whereas these conservatives that are so-called liberal, you know, all these war hawk kind of Hillary that are really hawks, there's a position for that kind of conservative, because they're like, yeah, we'll go kill those guys, and then they can, you know, and it would actually be good for the region in the sense that I actually think those guys also can probably be negotiated and socially engineered, and social infrastructure, highways and cheap trains. It robs those guys of why should they go kill a bunch of people for crazy reasons. But if they're already so far gone that they need to be fought with guns and killed, you know, maybe that's true. I don't know, but I just think that probably the liberals of Israel would not think twice about doing that, and the Iranians would do it, and the Saudis, if they would wise up, would do it, and there would be stability of some sort, you know, not a pretty liberal utopian one, but one where people trade goods and fucking Palestinians could leave their goddamn city and things like that. I think that could happen. I would love in my lifetime, if you think about our lifetime, this seems impossible. If in the next 10 or 20 years we could see that kind of openness where I could travel over there and then drive to all these places myself, like I drive in South America now, where was it impossibly dangerous when I would have been a kid, that would be just great. I think that would be just like an anti-natalist thing. Like, look, the world can get better.
The thing is, you can do these things. There's a guy that cycled all the way through Iran, and everywhere he stopped, all the locals are like, "Oh, hi, come in, have a meal, you know, stay with us, you know, and get yourself on the bike the next day and ride through the country." You know, people are people the world over. We've got all these boogeyman images of what it's going to be like when we go somewhere.
Well, but no, that doesn't mean it's safe. Let's put it this way. First of all, the Iranians are a particular people. And my understanding is they've always been that way, and there was not a lot of confusion over there about why they did what they did, because they were getting fucking raped by the British and the Shah. So that doesn't mean it's totally safe, though. But on the other hand, there's always some young guy that can travel safely. But for example, I mean, in South America, you know, when I was a kid in the 70s, it was not safe to go, whether you're South American, or whatever, from the west coast to the east coast of South America. You have to go through the mountains, and there's banditos, and if you did want to do it, you keep the bribes ready, and you know there's a way and a sweet talk, and you could get killed or kidnapped anyway, and an American shouldn't do it. And now That's not the case. You can be a bunch of kids and you're no more in danger going through those mountains than you are through any mountains. Yeah, maybe there's somebody that'll take advantage of you, but it's not like they run the roads and have roadblocks where you... So that's all I mean. It's like, but on the other hand, I've always heard that about Iran. Iran is always, and the thing is, like, Iran has always been, people have seen the American and European television programs and news stories. They're not a country that's ever, as far as I could see, has ever been really cut off from this information the way the Soviet Union did a little and North Korea. They knew. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. I think this is a great thing, and that could make a huge difference to just really that there could be a sigh of relief in the whole world, if only because that's... I mean, what's another place? You were talking of another one. I guess another one would be India versus Pakistan.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's another disaster we created.
That's probably the biggest. And yet, I have faith in the Indians to not do anything. And I have faith in the Pakistan, but they seem like, you know, anything could happen and they could have a crazy government over there. It's almost like we'll see if, hey, does having nuclear weapons make sure that you don't, you know, elect too crazy of a government or not? That's what we're going to learn. You know, the mutually, surely we won't elect crazy people because they could blow everything up. We'll see if that works out. And frankly, I'm pretty confident on the Indian side, and I'm less confident on the Pakistan side that we wouldn't see a turnover of government. But can you really imagine, even in Pakistan, you're really going to turn over a government that's willing to blow up India, which would mean that Pakistan is poisoned? Who's really that stupid?
I know.
Could even stay in any kind of power, even a Hitler, no matter how fucking crazy. Can you really be that crazy?
Just all for show. You know, all of it is for show. All these politicians.
Or North Korea, I wonder sometimes. Like, they look so much like a cult. Are they that crazy? And it's like, even if their leader is crazy enough to think, I've had enough, I'm blowing up Seoul, South Korea.
Yeah.
Is there really nobody that behind him would go, that's not a good idea? Bow. We need a new king. You know, it's really, because nothing is run by one person. You know.
Well,
so.
It's not even a monarchy. It's like a military junta of some kind. You know, all these military guys run the country, and that's just like our queen. You know, it's a figurehead. You know, North Korea.
North Korea, yeah. But that's not necessarily a bad thing in the circumstance, right? Because one guy can go crazy, have a hallucination, be a schizophrenic, and 20 guys can be like power mad. But there's a certain point at which they know that, well, if we actually nuke that submarine, that they're going to take over. You know, they're not idiots. They know how one goes to the next and goes to the next. So it's not always the worst thing compared to, like with Hitler, it got surprisingly autocratic. You know, whereas things where we say there's an autocrat, usually there's a bunch of interests. Hitler got to the point where he could tell everybody, keep fighting, and it cost Germany hundreds of thousands of lives, and people just went with it. I mean, that's fairly rare, that amount of actual control. You know, usually people will abandon before that. We do see some of that in North Korea, that you know, there's a potential of, if he went on TV and said, do the following, they would do it. But that doesn't mean that people with the access to the button to fire nuclear weapons would do it. I mean, it's not like Koreans are pretty smart people in general with a lot of knowledge. Like South Korea was the first nation, I believe, that got all fiber optic internet. They're like high-tech people, and I think that North Korea has the same instinct. They've just been out of the loop for this amount of time. I don't think they're a bunch of idiots that don't know. So I think the solution over there is those guys have to unite. You know, that's the biggest ethnic group in the world, I believe, and they were split in two, and that's just fucked up, and they have to be, that line has to be taken away. North Korea and South Korea must unite again, and that's the solution over there. And that's pretty hard to imagine at this point, but I mean, that's what has to happen, I think.
Well, I'm all for all borders being taken away, but
that might be one way to do it.
You know? That won't
That
happen
might
in
be
our
one way to do it, right? Though, if you had a take borders away movement, there's certain areas where it would happen first. You know, California and Oregon, you go, yeah, I love you, bro. Yeah, bro, let's do it. And then you'd have South Korea and North Korea, and if there was still, you know, if there was, there's a bunch of them that have been split in half. You know, like the Vietnamese, they tried to do the same thing. The Vietnamese were the same way. It's like, I'm a 2,000 years old society. Now I'm two countries. Fuck you. And the South Koreans just didn't, they didn't win at doing that. Yeah. So they're the ones that lost. Nobody won. And, you know, it might be like that. Remove all borders movement would be adopted first by the people that wanted to reunite. It would be a beautiful thing in the sense that when I was a kid, I always thought it'd be great for countries to break up or California to break up. And then, much to my surprise, I saw this happen, Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, all this stuff. I'm like, I didn't really think that was possible. Am I writing history? And now it would be kind of nice to see some of them reunite that were split up for bullshit reasons, like because some invader was only able to take over half the country. If those people could reunite, that'd be kind of sweet too, you know? See that next.
Well, look what's happened to Europe. Like 60 years ago, we were all annihilating each other. Now we're more or less borderless. I could go anywhere in Europe without a visa or anything like that. Nobody will stop me. I could go live or work there. I could even claim, you know, their welfare in another country. You know?
Right. Oh, really? Yeah.
Almost everybody speaks bloody English as well. So, you know, you can just go and live a life anywhere in Europe now. Compared to like 60 years ago, that's just totally crazy. It blows my mind.
And it's not that long ago. It was such recent history. It's like it was more recent history when we were born than like our childhood is now. So it's like it's so recent. And that's why that was another thing. I was surprised about the European Union because I had had this idea, probably I heard rumblings of this idea and, you know, I've got the United Nations stuff. It just seemed obvious that why couldn't they joined together. And then I was older when I realized, well, you don't really understand the language and historical memory of these cultures, remembering why they have beefs with each other, and then to see it happen. And here's the thing, if it does break apart, if Greek moves off and then everybody moves off and then people, you know what, you're still going to keep this being able to move anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, in a way, there's no way the European Union attitude of we're not enemies anymore forever, right, is going to go away. You might have different currencies, but more likely it's going to continue with one currency and it's going to spread out to the world and it'll join with the yen and somehow we'll all have one currency. I don't see how there's any other way. And that's kind of what I'm saying, like, I used to be more against this idea of world government. It could be bad. I don't like the way the European Union seems like a secret government. It does not seem like the right way to run a federal government. But it's still better to have it than not have it because you can always work on those kinds of issues. And how is it not inevitable that we're going to have, you know, a world system of economics? It might not be decided how many smoke detectors you have to have in each room. Every county can decide. Maybe more fires happen here. We will need more of them. Yeah. But obviously, you're going to have easy moving back and forth, and the Commonwealth idea, the European Union idea, it's inevitable. So you might as well go with it. But
people are against it because it's one world government, blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. All that terrible stuff, which I agree with. I wouldn't want a one world government. But on the other hand, just these frameworks, these institutions where, you know, freedom of movement.
Well, no, the problem is we already have a one world government, right? The corporatocracy thing is this one world governing us. Certain amount of chaos and competition, but they are governing us. They're deciding on our international laws. They're writing trade agreements that are way beyond, you know, they obviously do violate sovereignty, just like the nationalists warned about trade agreements. They actually do, where people can sue you, Chile, for the laws you have about tobacco or something. There's a fucking so that's not, they really are doing that. And so You know.
Like, say for example, a French company or an American company can bid for a contract in the UK, a government contract, and they have to get it, you know, and they can break our laws, or we have to pay them just for the fact that, you know, we won't let them break our laws. So we have to give them money, and we have no say as to whether we should be giving them money or not.
But we have an international government, right? So so where is it? So we need to empower the UN or create a new one or something, because basically right now we're in that weird situation where there's an anarchy. Like, you know, when people illegally went into the Black Hills and took the gold, and they were in Indian territory, and the Indian Authority didn't do anything to them, couldn't, and the American authority said, oh, it's not our territory. Well, they made their own government. It wasn't like it didn't exist. They created it. It's the one culpable. It's the one that did the whatever it did to take authority. So, you know, it's like we can't say that there's no international government when we're being run by corporations. We need to create an authority that polices those entities, and we have more than enough money, and people are just too stupid, basically. I mean, we're basically just waiting for people to wake up a little bit, figure out just half of what's going on. Don't even have to agree with us. They could think the different, but if they would just fucking pay attention then and wake up, then there's enough brain power in this universe to control these international forces and make an actual, you know, cooperative worldwide system that did different things in different parts of the world and disagreed, but there's fucking plenty of room to disagree, instead of being enslaved by this big agreement that what they need to do is find cheap labor and sell it to the rich people until they get poor and make them. It's not rocket science. I'm sure it is not that sophisticated. It used to be, but we know all the answers, really. We know, you know, clean water, less sick. More education, less kids. It's not complicated at all. It's just greedy people that want 90% of the wealth to be in the 1% of the people. It's as simple as that. You know what? We need a class war of sorts. People need to realize it's the fact that there's some people that want so much more than they can possibly spend or afford to spend. That's what they want. That's a problem. If all they wanted was what they could really spend, there would be so much more money for everybody.
But it's nothing to do with the acquisition of the material wealth. It's everything to do with them feeling superior to other people. And that's the problem, is the human ego comes into it and drives us to do the things we do. And I guess that's a kind of Game of Thrones, you know, comeback as well, because that's what that's all about. Is people doing it for
But most people aren't like that, right? Most people, you travel around, at least the U.S., I travel around to whatever state, whatever my bias is against the people in that state, like Texas is like this. They're basically humble, straightforward people. I'm sure they'd be assholes in a certain circumstance. I rubbed them the wrong way. But mostly, you know, they're not fronting around about how they're better than you or this or that.
I met an investment banker tonight.
And yet that is what it looks like on a world scale. I think that's just our ruling class. That's why I'm saying it's a ruling class thing. Like in the old days, the really wealthy liked totally different things. They liked the horses and classical music, and we liked rock and roll and hanging out on a hayride. Now everybody loves the same rappers and stuff. The differences in what they value is not so different. And the rich kid just buys $200 pairs of shoes, and the poor kid, you know, maybe has to save up to do it. So it's actually more of a gradient, and there's less of a two-lobe thing. It's becoming connected. But the fact is, the problem is there's plenty of money for all of the problems in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that the top 0.1% have like half of everything. That's just, the math doesn't work out. That's the only problem. And if they didn't have half of everything, and they only had, you know, a third or a quarter of everything, they'd still be so fabulously wealthy. They could have sex in swimming pools filled with money. They wouldn't notice the difference.
Yeah.
So that's why it's psychological, because at the point where there's nothing more for you to buy or invest in, there's no other reason to want more than some weird psychological pressure.
I think with a lot of people think that, or believe this myth of we have to be austere, you know, that we can't afford X, Y, and Z. There's not enough money. There's not enough jobs. We can't. Our country's full of people. We can't let any more in. All of these kind of ideas. People just have to get over that lie. You know, as soon as you realize there's plenty out there for everyone, you know, we can end
tons of plenty.
Small investment. You know, and when people realize these things, we can just we have the ability to have a peaceful planet where everybody's prosperous and happy. We just don't have the will to do it. And the people who work against that will to do it are the people who are...
Yeah, and all the rich people that some conservative-minded kind of person might think, all the rich people that worked hard, that ought to be rich and on top, they would still fucking be rich and on top. They could be filthy fucking rich and on top and wipe their ass with dollar bills. And there's no problem, and it's just they're extra, and the extra also of their worthless cousins that aren't doing anything worthless, and they're just, you know, but even besides that, all these wealthy people could still be just as wealthy, really, relatively, have as much as they needed, and with the difference, we just make roads and jobs and education for everybody. I mean, America, well, Europe has this thing, but it just started, and it could fall back, and I guess not everybody in Europe has it, but the free education of the collegiate level where you actually learn, like, state-of-the-art, theoretically, of your whatever, your interest, you know, I guess Europe has a lot of free college-level education, but not everybody. And we don't have that at all. Like, Americans don't even know that exists. I tell people that, and they're like, "Oh, really? I heard that. Yeah, sure. We'll see." You know, they don't believe it. That needs to push all the way through, where it's everywhere in the modern world, because that's a crucial part where people get to see if they really like it. Sure, you'll have a bunch of architects that turn out, I don't like architecture. It's a lot harder than I thought, and they do something else cool. But right now, you know, instead, we're all going into $80,000 a day. Actually, I'm thinking of going back to master's school, and I'll get a loan if they'll give it to me. But it's like you go into $100,000 debt to get just an English degree or whatever.
Yeah, I think we're regressing in this country. It used to be that all higher education was free, for your first degree at least. But if you were a mature student that went from a paying job into university, the government would pay all your fees and pay you a grant, which was a fraction of your actual salary for those 4 years. And they do it in Norway. There's free education, plus you get a stipend as well. So students actually get paid by the government to study, and it's a living amount of money.
Well, it makes total sense, and especially it makes sense that there's a little bit of cut on your salary, because that gives people a chance. People are in the best position to know, hey, the COBOL programmers are going out of style. I better go back and learn how to look for oil. You know, they know, and so they will take they take a pay cut, but they know, oh, well, that's okay, but I'm going to get my resources together, and I know what's coming. My thing's going away, and this is the jobs that I keep seeing ads for that I can't get, so I'll go learn that. So it's smart to do that kind of thing, yeah. But has it backed off of that? Has it gotten harder? You guys have had an austerity kind of thing on education.
The Conservative government in the UK has, its subsequent governments over the last 30 years have gradually reduced the grant system, and then gradually reduced the tuition fees. So now people have to take a loan out to pay the fees. It's just like the American system now, really. And people just get in heaps and heaps of debt that they will probably never be able to pay off in their lives. And that's why we're suffering now, because we don't have educated people who can do a brilliant job at something.
We had this weird situation. When I went, it was Reagan, no loans. Then loans came back. Now it's like you can get loans. You could just get the loans. My wife has a loan, just went and got an undergraduate thing, and it's like $40,000 just to get a couple-year loan, and then 40. But if you're not making much money, they'll defer it. So, like, officially, we're in this loan regime, But also a lot of people for like the last 10 years, say, have gotten this loan system and then deferment or little things, or there's programs where they're actually, like my wife was working for the government before we got married, for the county government, and there was a program where they would pay off her loans while she was doing that. Then she left. Now she has to pay, but it's deferred. So they're playing this kind of game where, you know, it depends where they stop and just say, hey, you owe us $1,000 a month all of a sudden. Because right now in America, it's like, well, we have a very non-socialist situation, but they're extending stuff, and yet meanwhile, the student loan thing, even with all the deferments, is profitable. It's like one of the only things the government does where they make money with a low interest rate and letting people defer loans. So it's like, there's something to learn there. Government should be in the insurance and loan industry where it just charges just enough not to lose money at it, right?
Yeah.
How could that not be good? We might not even have to pay taxes. But yeah, I gotta go take another break.
Well, I've got to go to bed. It's like after 2 o'clock in the morning now.
That's
so
right. It's later there.
I saw dolphins for the first time today.
Oh, for the first time? Oh, great.
Yeah. It was beautiful.
Oh,
it was like
where?
there was a pod of 5 of them out in the river. And we took a boat out and got drunk and watched the dolphins and was gannets diving into the water and seals. Beautiful, honestly.
That is awesome. I remember the first time I saw them was when I visited Hawaii and there was some swimming, and then in Hawaii I got to see a bunch of them. But cool. Well, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it.
Okay, take care. Have a nice night, everybody.
I'm going to go too, everybody. So cheers and thanks for coming.